you, Ankit.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is your host, Ankit Khanelwal, joining me from Delhi. And we have Kimberly Kaloon. Namaste, Kimberly. How are you? And we have Nicholas Palveda joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Good morning, America, and good morning to the world. And we are back as usual on our time, 10 a.m. EST, 7:30 IST, discussing about the world news and what's happening during COVID. And I think today's discussion is about the economics behind and during COVID and how we can economically survive ourselves after the pandemic, because that could be the tough question the viewers are asking from Nick, because he's the financial advisor on board. So Nick, over to you.
Yeah, it looks like one of the problems is that, and we predicted this a long time ago at IBM TV, that because there's going to be the next pandemic, it's going to be an economic pandemic as people are out of work. And the US, it's over 22 million people sitting around with nothing to do. The bills come in, the money doesn't. And economically, we're seeing a big fallout. So here's what's happening in the United States. There's a lot of people going to their respective capitals and demanding that the business be open. And I did review some of their arguments, and some of them are very cogent. In other words, they're nothing that you just scoff at. And here's one of their arguments, one of the best ones. Okay, the big box stores like Walmart and Target remain open, and because they have a grocery department, but then they have their other department. And because of that, they're still selling their goods and services. People are coming in and out, business as usual. Then you have small shop. Okay, let's say a vacuum cleaner shop, which is something I want to go visit. They force these people to close. And wait a minute, why are they being, and these people don't have that much foot traffic. I've been in it before, and usually it's me and maybe one other person at any given time. In other words, it's not like we're going to spread the disease compared to the big box stores, but all these small businesses rely on small amount of foot traffic, and they're being hurt. They're being closed down, and probably because it's a typical government rule. They take one rule and it affects everybody on a uniform, systematic basis, even though the justice was not really applied equitably. So when I looked at them, I'm going, some of them have cogent arguments because it's not like there's a lot of people in these small businesses, and small businesses in the United States make up over 50% of the workforce and maybe 70 or 80% of our companies. They're not these big corporations you hear about. These are small mom and pop Dunbar who are struggling during good times to make a living, and during these times they're being forced out of business through no fault of their own. So at first I was going, you guys are a little loony running in front of, because you guys aren't wearing face masks and you're not doing any form of protection. But their message may not be loony. They may actually have some cogent arguments in terms of being discriminated against. Now, what we needed to do is have a pandemic policy, but we've never had one in this country where you do wear gloves, you do social distancing, you do wear face masks. It can easily be accommodated, especially in small corporations, which don't have that much foot traffic anyway, and they can easily reopen. Like, I'm sorry, they can, and that would actually work. In the meantime, what do we see? 22 million people unemployed, no end in sight. So
2 million people unemployed at this moment. Now, a lot of people, there was a huge debate and clash over the protest that was going on because people want to get back to work, and everybody was upset because people weren't wearing the mask. We've all stayed in for a long time. Those of us with a little bit of common sense, I hate putting it that way, I have sacrificed my time in. Why are you blowing it for us? All you're going to do is reinfect everybody. But at the end of the day, people have a right to voice their opinion. But my thoughts are fine. If you're not that worried about it, go work the front lines. The hospitals are looking for people right now. They can't, hire enough people. Go work the front lines if you're not concerned about it.
Yeah.
And, just not enough mask and I'm not enough shields, but hey, you're not worried about it. You're going out in the street.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, somehow how they delivered the message was not really very good. If I was them, I would have all worn gloves, mask, and protested. Okay, and then make the cogent argument. See, the real problem with protests, and this has been my problem. Hey, Raj. Okay, is that protesters do not have solid, cogent messages. Okay, if you listen to them, they ramble on blah 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 blah. Something bad's happened to me, and they scream. A cogent message would be: look, we wear face masks, we have gloves, like the vacuum cleaner store. I got 1 or 2 people in the store at any given time. I don't have 20 of them. I'm not like Walmart or Target, or Costco, where they have tons of people in the store and you allow them to be open. They needed somebody to deliver a solid message, and then what they did make sense. Now, a certain amount are what I call their COVID-19 deniers. Oh, this doesn't exist. It's government conspiracy, otherwise known as wingnuts. And you're totally correct. If you think this is crazy, go to New York City and work in one of the hospitals for a day. It'll probably scare the pants out of you. But if you're in rural Nebraska, there's nobody who lives there. I mean, seriously. And their grocery store generally comes down once a day. That's it. I mean, it's not big.
I had to fly into a rural area of Nebraska one time, and then they flew me out to one of the sites to work on a network.
Sure.
Many years ago, and I've never done this before. I rode in a private prop plane, right? And it was like a crop plane, but they picked me up to carry me out there, so I didn't have to. So I get on there. I'm all dressed up in my suit, going to go work on the network because back in the day you dressed up.
Sure.
And so I get on the crop plane. I got my luggage. I got my equipment because I had to carry a lot of equipment. And I'm sitting there going, "Oh my God, it's hot here. It's like in the summer, right?" And the guy goes, "You want some air conditioning?" I go, "Yes, please." He goes, "Open the window." And I go, "But we're going to go up in the air." You don't open the window on a plane.
You're not that high up. That's what you do.
No, it's a crop duster. I carried it out to one of the crop fields where apparently one of the network switches were stationed for telephone services out there. Yeah. And I was very young, but I'll never forget this. This was the first time I ever saw a plane started like this, where I was on the plane. Yeah, I've seen it on TV, but I never. Hey, Frank, go out there and crank it up. And I'm like, no, I don't want to be on this plane.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is, it's different. When you're in the rural parts of the United States, it's so different than if you're in a congested city like New York City, where people live on top of each other. There's a whole huge parts of the United States people are not living on top of each other with minor precautions like N95 masks, gloves, and social distancing. They should be allowed to reopen.
Most of them live social distancing, except for maybe Friday, Saturday night square dancing.
Sure. But when I did see the protest, to me they made a couple major errors. Number one, they didn't have a spokesman. And number two is that when they were delivering their message, they were not had face masks and gloves. If they did that, they'd be okay. Hey, here comes the superstar, Alexander.
Hello, our superstar.
Hi. How you doing?
Hello.
Good.
I have been going through all your websites and stuff and looking at your music and all that stuff. I'm going, okay, yeah, she's a star, no question. But
thank you.
I know how to find the good ones.
You found a good one there, baby. Okay, the thing is, I was looking at all the stuff you did. I said, well, she's a star. The people in the United States just don't know it yet. Okay, but the thing is, it's just
very kind.
And that's not very kind. I'm being very objective. If you want to say it. Okay. I'm not a guy at the diner about this. I was telling, Boris Abikim's going to rejoin us, right? Okay, I don't know if you know that, but Dr. Boris Abbey is going to rejoin us on Thursday and Saturday. And I I told Dr. Boris, I said, you don't understand. The part of the reason I know about the United States, I've been to I did over 1,000 productions in the United States in every major city, probably close to 2,000. They were all live productions in every major city for 10 years. How you do it? You do 8 shows a week, every other week, every year for 10 years. That's how you do it. I mean, and so I said, look, I'm not a guy at the diner when it comes to doing productions. In New York City, we used to we spent $40,000 for ads in the New York Times. We would put on productions every other week in New York City. Back then it was 40,000. I'm talking about 1990. I checked the prices today, 120,000 for the same ad. Yeah. So
Wow.
I told Dr. Boris, look, I'm not a guy at the diner when it comes to evaluating talent. So I said, Boris, you're good. And so when I looked at Alexandra, I said, oh, wow, she's good. Okay. And what you need is just exposure. That's it. In other words,
Thank you.
and you know what?
Yeah.
Exposure and you need consistency. And this is what I tell people, consistently show up. If you don't consistently show up,
you have no idea how many people in the States are looking forward to seeing your show. I mean, it just goes on and on. I'm going like, wow, but we don't have a show for it yet, but I think we're working on it. Okay, but the thing is,
she's got it started next Sunday, right?
It's happening on Sunday. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to tune in. You guys got to see. This is part of the marketing and distribution. You've got to notify people.
We're doing. That's why she's here.
Okay. So what time is it Sunday? I don't even know. What time
Surprise! This is it. This is the moment.
Well, here's the thing. We used to have a board meeting.
I know.
And the TV show took place at the board meeting.
The TV show has
we don't have a board meeting anymore, so Nick doesn't know.
I don't know honestly, I don't know what's going on half the time in IBM TV. Okay, so what time is your show going to be on Sunday?
3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, EST, I like to say that. And then that's about 9 p.m. in South Africa. And yeah, I think that
what is it?
12:30 midnight India.
12:30 midnight India. The people in India are up at midnight anyway. They're all young people, so they're up at 12:30. It's like the evening show in India. Okay, but it doesn't matter. You're going to get a absolutely huge following.
You're going to have the Dave Letterman.
I did my checklist. There's a lady here in the United States, Morgan James. I don't know if you ever saw her. Okay, she's actually really good. And if you followed her whole career, I'm trying to get a hold of her and team you guys up. I think that would be a real neat team.
Cool.
But the problem is that, man, she had such a rough time in this industry in the United States. And I know why, because Kim and you and I went to the NAPTI meeting. How many doors were slammed in our face at NAPTI? I mean, this is not a kind industry.
In one day.
In one day, right. I mean, I could count them.
Facebook was the worst. Okay.
Oh,
Nick told the story, but I felt like the Dorothy and Wizard of Oz when we knocked on the door.
Away.
I went, go away. You have an appointment.
Lord.
You have an appointment. Go away. And I'm like, oh my God, I just feel like
you don't have an appointment? Go away. Click. You know, I mean, that.
And I think to tackle this question, I mean, people or maybe who are entrepreneurs, they are used to those knocking out.
Oh yeah,
because that's how they basically force their heart to be strong and then forget about the ego, just focus on the work and let's see how it goes.
But it doesn't work that way. I mean, the thing is, seriously, you can focus in on how good you're going to be. That ain't going to happen. I mean, see, that's the myth. Oh, I'm just going to have a great YouTube video and everyone's, no, this is a lot of work you have to do. Okay, Alexander, we had Robert Krantz on, was it last week, Kim, or the week before? Okay, last week. Okay, Robert is the producer of Faith, Hope, and Love. Okay, it was on Netflix, and the thing is, I told him all about you, and I was trying to get you together with Robert so you get to know each other a little bit better because he's writing. Here's the problem, because he's a writer and producer and director. Right now, he's writing his scripts because he can't produce or direct because they're shut down.
True.
Okay, and I was telling him a couple things. First of all, he needs to bring you into the show somehow. We can just write it in. Okay, and then I told him about Ankit. I said, look, you need to bring somebody from the Indian subcontinent into the show. Okay. Right. The reason why is you want to grab that international audience. Now, you would think that, hey, why would they listen to me? What do I know about this? There's a guy back here who wrote a book called Making the Donuts. Now, you probably don't have it in India and South Africa, but one of my clients was the founder of Dunkin' Donuts. I don't even exist. Does it even exist? His name's Bill Rosenberg. Do you even have Dunkin' Donuts in India, Ankit? Do you have Dunkin'? Yeah. Do you have Dunkin' Donuts in India?
Yeah.
Oh, you do.
We have Starbucks,
Alexander.
We have everything.
I see. I didn't know you had
everything we have.
Okay, Alexander, do you have Dunkin' Donuts in India? I mean, in South Africa.
Can I be honest with you? I don't know because I have Dunkin' Donuts in the States. I'm now
okay, right. Okay. All right.
But
Well, the thing is,
I do know it.
okay. Anyway, okay, good. Well, anyway, his name was Bill Rosenberg. He was a client of mine for years, like no kidding, before he died. And I kept telling Bill, I said, look, you got to write a book. You didn't know this guy, but I met him when he was 75 years old. He had already found, I don't want to write a book. Where are you kidding? Do you know he actually wrote a book prior to his death, and he never included me as the credit of the guy who told him to write the book. You know, I'm going, oh, well.
How terrible.
But that was,
oh, well.
terrible. But I had actually a great list of clients in the previous life. I had the founder of Dunkin' Donuts, the founding family of Coca-Cola, which I think is pretty well known, the president of Kimberly-Clark, the president of Philip Morris, the president of Bausch & Lomb. All these people were personal clients of mine back in the 80s and the 90s. You know, so I'm going like, so Robert, I mean, you really need to look at a global perspective. The U.S. only has 15.8% of gross domestic product worldwide, 15.8, which means if you don't capture the other 75%, you're losing everything. Now, I'm not trying to talk you out of coming and doing shows in South Africa for a U.S. audience, because we're still the world's largest economy. But at the same time, having a global audience, the demographics are totally different than if you just have a U.S. audience. YouTube is a great format, but the problem is you get lost in the haywire there. I mean, it's almost like it's too big. You know, if you go to YouTube, there's, how is anybody going to find you? There's 5,000 things out there. Like my friend who founded
oversaturated.
It's oversaturated. My friend who founded Netflix, Mark Randolph, by the way, that will never work. Who wrote, by the way, this is a great book. I'm playing Mark Randolph.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, and that's a better book.
Those book readers, because we interviewed people.
Show them that book. Okay, show them that book, Kim. Show them that book. Let me tell you, that is actually a better book than the guy who wrote the Why.
You know what's cool about this book? I want to share it real quick.
That's a better book than Mark.
So the cool thing about this book is that he wrote the whole cast, introduced the whole cast of all the people that were involved in the making of Netflix. So
that's very cool.
He introduced every person, their role.
Yeah.
So it was like a play, right? So every person's name in here. And if I want to reference them, I can go back. It's in alphabetical order. It's not by importance. In fact, he's somewhere in the middle. You know, you think by importance, but it's not. So
Netflix almost went under. It's a great book. It also almost went under a couple times. A lot of people don't know this. Back in the 90s.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, of course. I mean, all companies go through these cycles. And the thing is, the leadership was strong enough to stay on task and continue through the hard times. And the last 10 years, it was the fastest growing stock in the New York Stock Exchange. Went up 4,000%. But what you do is you basically follow the blueprints. I mean, the thing is, he already wrote the blueprint on how to do this, and the blueprint on how not to do it is on the internet with everybody else yapping. Okay, in other words, obviously they don't know how to do it. I don't follow those people. I follow that guy because they already have a successful blueprint.
You know what's interesting is, and Nick and I discovered this in our journey in interviewing some of the world's most successful business people. You know, you just see the cover when they become successful.
That's right. You don't see
the whole story there.
Okay. Robert
there's a story.
Robert Krantz has been doing this for close to 40 years, and since 1985 when he was a little bit player in Back to the Future. In other words, he paid his dues. You see him now on Netflix with a big hit, Faith, Hope, and Love.
Well, he also stepped aside, as he said, to earn a real living. Real living in the TV and entertainment world, right?
Oh, it's awful. This is absolutely horrible. You won't be surprised, because I get on a lot of these Facebook things. You won't be surprised. The first thing I do is I get somebody slaps me straight in the face. What they don't realize, look, I've been in the industry. I've been in financial services for 37 years. I've had my own company for 37 years. I'm used to all that stuff, dude. You are so far beyond that. And so, you know, to me, I just go, okay.
I want to share.
I've been there, down there, seeing you before. Okay, but back to what you're doing.
I want to share something special about Alexandra. Then we're going to talk about what she's going to do. Yeah. And she's got a little skill set that's very similar to yours. And so I have no doubt in my mind she's going to be like uber.
I can't even sing.
I'm not talking about that.
If you have any skill sets close to mine,
I'm not talking about that skill set, Nick. I'm talking about the one where you put together all of your ideas into on paper and into,
you're right,
and you build your story like a business.
Right.
She's already got it all laid out, Nick. She's got it all laid out.
I gotta see it. I love that.
Got it laid out.
There were a lot of these success. There's a lot of success coaches that say you do that and it all comes true. And I'm going, oh, right, but it's absolutely true. If you go look at our business plan from even a year ago,
4 years ago.
Okay, or even 4 years ago. One of them, though, even back a year ago, we were saying we want to do an e-commerce site, right? And I was going like, it's almost, you can't do it. But we did is we partnered with Dollar Store Online. Now we have our e-commerce site. I'm going like, wow, it's kind of interesting. You put down all these objectives and one thing for sure is this is what everybody will say. That will never work. Oh, he founded Netflix. But the thing is, in reality, it's very strange that it actually does work. I mean, the thing is, and that's what a lot of people, they just don't get. But back to YouTube. Yeah, you get lost in the haywire of Netflix.
Let's talk about what she's going to do.
I'll talk forever.
She got her poster like you did. She already had her poster made.
I want to see it. I got to see it.
I want to tell you a secret about Nick. When I met Nick, he had this poster of all the people he was going to interview, right? We're going to interview, we're going to do it. And I go, have you lined them up? And he goes, no. But it was already made. The poster was made. Yeah. John Smalley, John Fanning, all these people. I
didn't talk to him.
And the poster was made. I'm like, but her poster's made, just like you.
It's a dream. It's a dream, not reality. But then it became reality. And now you can actually see the interviews. They're on IBM TV under our Money Masters.
Very cool.
So
I think he dreamed it. He put it on paper. He made it real, and it happened. So
that's exactly it.
Okay, you're gonna have to tell Taylor Swift that she can carry your bags when you go to Hollywood.
Ooh, be careful, Nick. You might be
listening. This whole Taylor Swift banter is hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious. But Nick, I've honestly I'm literally only 24 now. I literally turned 24 yeday, and I've been.
I have grandkids your age, so keep going.
I've been working in this industry since I was 12 years old, and professionally since I was 12. And I honestly, if it weren't for my parents who instilled this dedication, hard work into me, where you sit down and you talk through your plans, you write down your goals, and then you don't just sit there and write it out. You actually go out and knock on doors. Yeah. And like you guys, the amount of rejection that I've had, the amount of doors slammed in my face, it's a real reality. It's a reality, and just every now and then, every 121st door that you knock on, somebody opens up, right? Somebody opens up and somebody says, come on and have a talk. And those are the people that you hold on to. You hold on to those relationships because those are special people that give nobody a chance. And you have to give them credit. I always credit my very first singing teacher, my very first drama teacher, people that taught me very, very special, important lessons along the way. And anyone that's helped me along the way, you got to remember those guys. They're important. And I think I carry that sort of that hard work through, and preparing for this show now on Sunday, I've literally got the list of people that I would love to interview. I've got favors that I'm putting. I've got friends. I've got people in the States, in Canada, here in South Africa, business owners, everything when it comes to Jukes. So Jukes is a South African music streaming network, like an iTunes, like a Spotify, but they're South African. And I've actually got somebody from Jukes who is lined up to talk. So I've got people that are interesting and different, and they want to be part of this, or they want to be part of this. And like Kim said, if you just show up on time and you're hardworking and you're reliable, people are going to see that, and they're going to want to hook onto that, like you want to hook onto people that are like that as well.
Exactly.
So I am very excited for Sunday. It's going to be full of music, whether you have a big toe in the music industry or a whole body in the music industry. It's going to be talk about all of that and how we're surviving, going forward, what we're going to be doing. And obviously, I want to promote people that have gigs. I want to promote people that have got their own live shows as well. They're streaming on their Instagram or on their Facebook. I want them to do that because this whole time, this time with COVID is a scary time, and especially for people in the arts, it's a scary time. And we all need to be there for each other. We all need to hook onto each other. So I'm really amped. I'm really amped for Sunday.
You're gonna bring your A game, I hope, right? The A game.
Yeah. Totally. Oh, A+. You're A+.
Building the economy with positive power thinking, right? She's positive and she's building an economy back up for people. She's giving them hope. She's giving them something to do, a focus, because, you know, we're going to come back. And we don't need music to fade away. We need it to be there. But she's going to give us a cafe to go to every Sunday evening. It's a cafe that you can dial into and feel like that you've gone to the cafe and you're having your cup of coffee or your cup of tea and
a cup of tea, especially if you're in the United Kingdom. What's the name of the show? I have to ask these questions because I really don't know.
Let's see. Go ahead. You tell it. I'll
What's the name of the show?
The picture.
Should I say it? Should I say it again?
Hold on just a second. Let me see if I can pull up the picture before you say it. Go ahead.
Drum roll, please.
Drum roll. Let's go. Go.
Well, you got to share the screen, don't you?
Okay.
There we go. Oh, Alex Musical Cafe. Are you
So
serious?
it's called
Alexandra's Musical.
Alexandra May's Music Cafe, because it all rhymes.
Right.
Yeah, Alexandra May Musical Cafe, but we'll that'll be changed.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Well,
And it's about having music. It's about listening to music. It's about being part of music.
Sure.
It's about appreciating the arts and musicians and anything to do with the arts, while having a cup of coffee, which is quite important. Yes.
That's right. Ain't it? Right?
Yeah.
Gotta have our tea or our coffee.
especially at 12:30 in the evening in India. So,
I'm gonna tell you what, if I have that's a little bit more water than caffeine. If I drink caffeine after 2:00 in the afternoon, I don't sleep. So I'm really careful. I drink all of this until 2, and that's when our show's over. And then I get back to, I drink a lot of water too, but that's something too, you know, we want to promote some good habits and things like that, that we need to start learning new social manners in re-entry. What I call it the re-entry, you know, we're re-entering our new ozone and lifestyles.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's not going to be easy dating anymore. This is what I tell people. You can't just get close to somebody. or you know,
wear your mask.
You got it lucky with your daughter now. Yeah, right. Come with a mask, a Darth Vader suit. Okay, now we got it. You know.
Well, I am looking forward to the show, so I'm gonna be on the show, you know, because here's also the realities, okay? Because I look up numbers more. The music gets tons more hits than talk shows. In other words, if you want to know what's the most popular shows, it's the musicals. I mean, they just really. But in Broadway, because I just got back from New York, I was going to the Broadway shows and the theater there. I have to do my. I'll tell you. Here's the deal on Broadway. It all goes on sale the last week of January. You get 2-for-1s. All the pricing is absolutely great. They have what they call Broadway week, and they have restaurant week the last week of January. Why? Because it's usually a down week for New York. It's cold. It's miserable. Yeah. So that's the time to go because all the shows are there, and you get everything at a discount. But guess what?
And it's Nick's birthday that week.
Yeah. But guess what? You know. But guess where all these actors are and all the musicals today? They're all dead. They're doing nothing.
They're not dead.
They're dead.
Doing nothing.
Look, if a performer isn't performing, they're in their brain.
Well, it's a ghost town, right? Everything has become this
closed down. You can't like in Tavern on the Green, closed. You can't go to the Russian Tea Room anymore, closed. You can't go see the New York Philharmonic, closed. Carnegie Hall. And I actually joined Carnegie Hall, so now I'm friends of Carnegie Hall.
Wow.
And the reason why I wanted to get these tickets, and they were sold out. So the best way to get them is to basically become a member. Then you got the tickets, so I got to go. You know.
Yeah.
So the thing is, but it's all closed. You can't go to Carnegie Hall.
But you know what? You want a little bit of music and some tea? You can go to Alexandra May's musical cafe.
That's what we're going to do, right? Because you can't go anywhere else right now. It's the only
Here's what's cool. In her plans is this going to be a musical show, but also a talk show.
Right.
So she's going to have people with business minds and musical minds.
Wow.
So it's going to be a mix, right? So it's going to be very edutaining, as I call it, educational and entertaining.
I like that.
Entertaining. Okay. I know everybody goes,
can we trade? Wait, time out. Can we trademark that word, edutaining?
And nobody liked it. Everybody goes, Kim, you misspelled educational or you misspelled entertaining.
No, you want to trademark.
I've merged the words, you know.
Hey, we need to trademark it so we can get royalties every time the word is used.
I tried to do that with Go Wild, and I trademarked Go Wild.
Well, how do they get this for the NFL? I mean, you know, the thing is, what you said is they slap people with fines every time you say
with a fine every time you use that name.
Yeah.
So, So if you say that on your show, you have to, I guess, pay them a fine. But I had the word wild. I owned the word WILD, Wireless Internet Land Development. I trademarked it, owned it. And I even went to all the companies about it before I took it. And nobody argued it. So then as soon as I got it, paid for it, argued it, got it. AT&T came and said, no, she can't have that. And I'm like, wait a minute. I asked you before. I went for it. I asked you. You didn't want it.
Yeah. You need a good lawyer. Alexandra's Musical Cafe, copyright, trademark, right? So the thing is, no one can use the name again. But anyway, that's
Alexandra May's Musical Cafe. If anybody steals it, so sometimes Alexandra, sometimes when you do something, you trademark it when you do it. Yeah. So a lot of times, once you start it, and nobody else is doing it or using it, and you get it on the web, you're using it on your show, it becomes what they consider a what do you call that, Nick? It's already trademark or copyright. There's a name for it.
Yeah,
I think it's trademark.
Yeah, and there's an international trademark.
But there's a name for it because you didn't officially go get it. But I forget what the name is.
I generally don't do copyrights, trademarks, and patents. Usually need a person who's an attorney in that area who specializes. And oddly enough, in the United States, you have to to become a member of the patent or trademark bar, you have to have an engineering background or you can't even take the test. Well, I went to political science, so I'm out. I
was approaching the test. I was studying for it, and
you can be a patent agent.
My mind. Patents can be.
Okay, so Alexandra May's Musical Cafe, Sunday at 3:00 Eastern time.
And she's gonna kick it off on the Sunday evenings when you are ready to wind down or wind up.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. From South Africa.
We need wind up. I'm like, you can
wind up
too.
From South Africa to the world. Oh, Ganesh has just joined us also.
Hey, Ricky.
We'd like to welcome Mr. Ganesh Krishnan joining us from Bangalore, India. And Mr. Ganesh is one of the popular promoters in India, and he's very popular in the startup fraternity, and everyone would look after to meet Mr. Ganesh and take some startup insights and also some tips how to run a good startup. And he's one of the, he have invested in a lot of companies in India. So I would like Mr. Ganesh to share something about himself. And also, we have viewers across the globe. So we need to start from A so that everyone would like to understand what have you done so far and how is the economy running around during the COVID-19.
Yeah. And his picture went off, but he'll be back.
Oh, no. Occasionally, we give it time. Occasionally, it comes back. And you know what I've noticed, Kit? The more we've all been on this, the better our access has gotten. Have you noticed that? It's almost like artificial intelligence is working in our favor, that it starts saying, oh, they're on here every day. And it seems like we get better, like our bandwidth something gets better, or maybe we're tweaking.
Look, Alexandra will get better. People like me, I know, get better. She has this trajectory. She'll improve, and I go like this, hoping I don't go down.
Are you flatline, Nick? Did you
flatline? I'm hoping to flatline. My flatline.
Mr. Ganesh, can you hear us well? Are you audible?
Yeah. I can hear you very well. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Namaste and good evening from IBM TV and from our viewers around the world.
Yes, Ganesh.
Mhm.
So Ganesh,
Namaste.
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 You work with startups. Is that what you do?
Yeah, I'm a serial entrepreneur. Have 4 greenfield startups and exits across sectors, which is sold companies. Now I do something called a venture builder, where we have 14 startups which we have promoted. This is like a venture nursery for startups. Okay,
Oh,
so
sweet.
that's what I do.
Okay, yeah. You know, we actually on our program we have Wednesday devoted to having the startups on IBM TV. So if you have some startups that you think would present well on television, let us know, because we book them on Wednesdays to give them exposure. Because one problem I've seen, and I've done several startups, as a matter of fact, successful ones, one that I still own. The real problem that you have, at least I've seen in this country, is the exposure. In other words, for them to get national and international exposure on their startup, real tough. And what we're doing is we're providing an outlet for them on Wednesday, so they get exposure, worldwide exposure to their products, their people, what they do. So what you have to do is just let Ankit know he's that way about, and then he'll book them for Startup Wednesday, because regular media here, you just don't get any exposure for startups. I mean, and I've been to CBS, NBC, ABC, Discovery Channel. I've gone through all these people. And unless you're Shark Tank, which does quite well, and the people do really well on Shark Tank, and they only film 19 a year. Most of what you see on Shark Tank is reruns. I mean, seriously. And so what happens is they just don't have exposure. But anybody who was on Shark Tank was wildly successful, even if they didn't get funded, because they got national exposure.
I got a challenge question for people about Shark Tank.
Yeah.
Kevin O'Leary, what was the best investment he made? It gave him the biggest, quickest return on investment.
I have no clue. That's a good question.
Anybody?
Mr. Not So Wonderful.
Mr. Anybody? Okay.
Is it on the sugar, something, I mean, related to sugar? Because I'm not sure about the brand name.
Okay, so you probably watch the show. There's a lot of sugar in it. It's called Cupcakes in a Jar, or Cupcakes in a Can.
Yeah.
So it was cupcakes in a can. It was a mother and a daughter, and nobody believed in them because it was a bakery. And they had the numbers down, though, and that's what impressed him more than anything, is they knew their numbers. They knew what they needed to sell to make a certain profit, and if they were able to get more money, they could produce more for less, and they knew this. But there were some things they didn't know about business, so nobody wanted to invest in them because it was cupcakes. Well, he invested in them, and in weeks, he got his return on investment.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. So, I mean, I'll take you up on that, because in India, I'm speaking from Bangalore, which is like the Silicon Valley of India.
Correct.
And we have huge number of startups. So we'll take up your startup on Wednesday offer, and you can tell Ankit that next 1 year is booked for Indian startups. Okay, right? So one of the exciting stuff that we have in India right now, I don't know if you are well aware, because of the large population, suddenly India has got leapfrogged in the digital infrastructure. So the internet connectivity and smartphone and access has been incredible. It's one of the lowest data bandwidth rates in the world. So we have a situation where we have a large population accessing, not computer literate, not English literate, but accessing through the vernacular languages on WhatsApp, and they are consuming huge amount of content, and at a cost which is cheapest. So digital infrastructure is leapfrog. So you have huge number of companies which are utilizing the almost free digital infrastructure leapfrogging that has happened in India. So I can go on and on, but you will have next 1 year booked on startups leveraging WhatsApp, vernacular video consumption to solve major core pain points, be it grocery, be it food, be it housing, be it basic large pain points. Right? You don't need to be brilliant like in the US to have a Facebook or a Snap or a Twitter to build a large business in India. You can solve basic problems and build a large company. For example, one of our companies is Big Basket, which is a e-grocery company. It's the largest e-grocery company in India, valued at close to $1.5 billion. Nothing sexy, nothing glamorous, nothing genius about it. Delivering milk and eggs to homes. That's it.
Right.
So, okay, right. So that's a huge opportunity in it.
That's awesome.
And also, Nick, you won't believe, the brand ambassador of Big Basket is Shahrukh Khan.
Mhm.
And you were always looking forward to meet Shahrukh Khan. I think Mr. Ganesh would be the key matchmaker if he would like to be on our show, and then the whole world will know who is Shahrukh Khan.
No, I checked Shadow Khan out. Matter of fact, I talked to his publicist, so we're working on getting him on IBM TV. But I will also tell you this: Shadow Khan, nobody in the United States almost knows who he is. Because I looked through him, I'm going, man, this guy gets no love in this country at all. Not because of anything; he just doesn't have exposure here. And we have, we do have 330 million. We're not like India. You guys got 1.3 billion people, but we have 330 million, and we do have a decent sized economy here. And so the thing is, why he hasn't bled over to the United States yet, I don't know, except what we discussed with Alexandra is that the media here is horrible to try to get entry into. I mean, seriously. In other words, he probably had too many doors slammed in his face. I'm not kidding. And he goes, I'm Shadow Khan. I'm the biggest name in India. And what they do, they'll go, do you have an appointment, sir? No. Well, if you don't have an appointment, we can't talk to you. Have a good day. Click. That's what they do here.
It's better to be the bigger fish in a smaller pond. India is not a smaller pond. They have more eyes on their actors and actresses than we do. But sometimes it's better to be the bigger fish in a smaller pond than the big whale in the big ocean. And because you can get easily lost in the ocean. So I'm excited about these opportunities.
Yeah, no. If he's a big sensation there, he would be a big sensation here if he gets entry into this market in the United States. And that's what I've seen here in the U.S. The U.S. is horrible. I mean, if you try, you have to maneuver through all these minefields because their favorite word is no. It doesn't matter what you have. You can have the best idea in the world. You could be the next, Amazon.
You need to unmute your mic.
I want to unmute my mic. Is my mic muted?
No,
I want to talk about something in the startup world. In India, well, first off, in the U.S., we have this theory, not theory, actually, it's a fact, that about 90% of the startups that are invested in fail. I kind of have my reasons, and Nick and I, we kind of evaluated this over the past 10 years because this was not, to me, an issue before 10 years ago. What are the stats in India? What is your ratio?
Your failure rate.
Or your failure rate?
Okay, it's a very interesting question because Indians by nature are risk averse, and we have a huge fear of failure. So the stigma of failure is very high in India. Okay, right? People, unlike Silicon Valley, where a failed startup entrepreneur is seen as somebody who can bet on again and again. Many times they wear that tag as a badge of honor. That's not the case in India. People sympathize and pity people. So generally, Indian companies and entrepreneurs have focused on services businesses which are cash flow based, which don't have high risk of failure, also don't have high chance of making to a unicorn or $1 billion valuation. So you see, most of India has been more of services companies, which are slow, safe, and based on manpower services or services to US companies. Of course, things are changing in the last 10 years, especially last 5 years, where product companies are coming. There, obviously, the risk is higher, the rewards are higher, the failure rates are higher. So if you ask me statistically, in terms of venture funded startups, early stage startups which take a risk, which are not lifestyle businesses or which are not pure service businesses, the failure rate would be as high as 90%, same as in US or anywhere. But only now, those typical Silicon Valley type startups, which are product companies, which have venture funded companies, have started with the same failure rate. Otherwise, we have had companies like TCS, Infosys, which are IT services companies. TCS as IT services company is more than 50 years old, and it has surpassed IBM in terms of valuation. but those are exceptions. Now you see
Yeah.
the same kind of venture capital ecosystem coming in. So a lot more product companies, lot more risk takers, and lot more similar failure rates as in Silicon Valley.
Okay.
If I ask about current pandemic, because things would be different earlier before Corona, and then life after Corona would be different. Do you think the startups will be having an easy flow, or it will be a tough boat? I mean, because it's always tough to get funding and then follow up the business path, but business is slow during the COVID-19. So how do you think the economy in terms of startup will shape up in the next 1 year?
What do you think in the US? I'll answer the Indian scenario in a bit, but I'd love to hear the US.
Let me tell you one of the stories, because we were filming with IBM several years ago at CES. Okay, and I invited 20 startups on there. Okay, like no kidding. I invited a lot of them, but 20.
We'll bring Brock Felt on to share the story too.
We had Brock Felt. He runs Silicon Salt Lake. He was on this. We had John Fanning, the founder of Napster, was in the audience. We had Chris O'Connor. We had Chris O'Connor, who headed IBM's IoT department. I had Manny Fernandez, who was on CNBC's Who Wants to Be a Billionaire. We got stood up by 18 of the 20 startups. They just didn't show up. They go, well, John's going to come by tomorrow and see us at our booth at CES. So we're not going to be able to make it. Sorry. I'm dead serious. And I'm going like, whoa, I never had that. And
it was embarrassing because we had all of these venture capitalists there. We had IBM's top executives.
I flew in from Switzerland. But the thing is, here was the difference. Okay, normally we interview CEOs from major companies like John Thain, who's the head of Emerson. We interviewed John Scully, who's the CEO of Apple. Alan Trefler, who you might be familiar with, the founder of Pegasystems. So I'm used to interviewing these people. They all show up. They all show up on time. They're all ready to go. Okay. Well, the minute I went to the startup community, that was my first venture into startups. They didn't show up. They didn't show up on time, and they blew me off. I was going.
And it was free. We were giving.
We weren't charging anything, right?
Exposure, but also you need venture capitalists in private.
I realized why the failure rate in the United States 90%. I'm serious. I'm going like, if this is how you conduct business, you will fail in my industry. You will fail in your industry. You will fail. And the reality of startups here in the U.S., 90% of the funded startups fail. It's because, Ganesh, their attitude is horrible. It's like the money should be given and all this wonderful stuff will happen. When I did my first startup 37 years ago, if I had a prospective client, not a client, a prospective client, 7 hours away, I'd get in my car, drive just to see that prospective client. In other words, you did what it took and you worked 12 hours a day at least. These people don't have that.
The other thing, I believe, is that
we call this
funding is unrealistic. The venture capitalists will like do a spread of 150,000, and $150,000 is unrealistic for some businesses to launch. You just cannot launch for $150,000 in some businesses. You can't build your hardware, you can't manufacture, none of that happens for $150,000.
Sometimes
responsible because they even told me we know 90% are going to fail. This was one of the big banks and venture capitalists. We know 90% are going to fail. We're okay with that because the 10% that succeed make us the money we need. And I'm like, I got really angry because I'm like, so you set the people up to fail. There is no responsibility in either the funding side or the receiving side. There's no responsibility. And I think it needs
So I think that's a very interesting point that you're talking about. There is, as a venture capitalist, it's a high risk, high return game. It's almost like going to Las Vegas, one step better than gambling, right? So if you are going to be gambling, you know the chances of success in a win in a gambling is very low. So what do you do in order to come out a winner? You bet on very high returns. In those small probabilistic situations when you win, which is say less than 10% or less than 1%, you better expect the returns to be so high that 1% of very high return will compensate for the risk that you're taking. So that's a venture capitalist outlook. So they expect 10% of their portfolio to make mega returns. another 20-30% of that portfolio to give average return or return on the capital, balance 40-50-60% to actually fail and write off the amount. Now that is their outlook. But as an entrepreneur, you are all in with your company. You're not doing a portfolio management. You can't say, I'm going to start in my life 3 or 4 businesses. It's okay if one of them succeeds, 3 of them fail. It doesn't work that way. So there is a natural lack of alignment between these two objectives. So what do we need to do is to ensure that you take venture capital only if you are aligned with that particular game. What does that mean? I'm going to take venture capital money. I'm going to play for high stakes. If it's going to go bust, that's fine, because venture capital is okay with it. I'm happy with it and all that stuff. I'm not looking to build a lifestyle business. I want a high growth, high risk, high return, IPOable in good times, and exitable in good times. That kind of a business. Otherwise, you shouldn't take venture capital. That's what I've learned. My first business was 30 years back. I bootstrapped it for 10 years. Then we took it public and sold it to a listed company and all of the stuff. No venture capital money. My second business was venture capital money. We sold it in 2 years, made some decent returns, good IRR for the investors, some good money for us. Third business I started was again without venture capital, profitable business. We used to do statistical modeling for Fortune 10 companies out of India. Basically, hire PhDs and statisticians and do statistical modeling for Coke and Procter and Gamble and all those. That didn't require any risk capital. $500,000 of money we put in. It was profitable from day one. We sold it for $63.5 million. Nice, neat return, because there is no return on capital was great. There were only 4 of us who did that, and this happened in 4 years. My fourth business was a high-risk business, creating a consumer brand in the US out of India. That required a lot of risk capital. So I went to venture capitalists, took risk capital money, blew it up in creating the brand. Fortunately, we sold it to educational leader Pearson, which is listed in US and UK, and did that. So I think there are different models of entrepreneurship. A venture capital model is a very typical model. Today, we have in Growth Story, which is a venture builder platform. I have 14 companies. I have 26 venture capital investors. Top ones like Sequoia Capital and Axel Partners and Bessemer Venture Partners, World Bank, IFC, and all of those. So in most of them, I have those, because those are venture capital models, and in others we don't have. Okay, right? So that's a difference.
Yeah, and you mentioned bootstrap. See, I think a lot of the entrepreneurs don't understand bootstrapping. It's one of the toughest things in the world to do, but it's definitely a way that you really learn to appreciate capital if you learn to bootstrap. Okay, because the thing is, you have to monetize very quickly on a bootstrap, or you're out of business. I mean, that's the bottom line. And then you start appreciating capital. And I think a lot of the people that are these entrepreneurs don't appreciate the real cost of capital. They think if they're funded, the money's theirs. Wait a minute, that's really a big, expensive loan. You got to look at it, a double-digit, triple-digit loan. Are you really willing to part with that amount of equity for that particular loan? And if you need it, then of course, that's what you do. But you better respect the investor and get that money back and a big profit for them.
One of the things I laugh at is people think, say you get a couple $1 million, right? They think, wow, you're rich. And I'm like, no, that money was already allocated. You had to show you were spending that money already. So that money's already spent. That's not money that I get to keep and go put into an investment, right? Yeah,
and I'm wondering about
so I got to become, when Nick met me, I was very private. You didn't know what I did. I hired my own PR people. I didn't want people to ever know I had any kind of money coming in, because immediately, people thought that money was mine. And and it wasn't mine. I raised $134 million. No, it wasn't my money. It belonged to the company. It belonged to the companies that were doing business with us, not me. And so everybody goes, oh, you're rich. No. So when Nick met me, I never came out in public. You would see me in boardroom, courtroom, classrooms. I felt like I was very good at. Nick is the one who convinced me to come out and speak more, because most of these businesses are failing because they're not seeing the full span of running a business. And that's what I could do. When I go to when I do a business plan, I do it right down to the pencil you have to buy. I do it to every monthly expense you have. My business plan is going to be, 12-month to a 3-year business plan of going to market. And I'll ask for $3 million. And it can come in stages, right? Or I'll ask for $100 million. It's got to come in stages. I don't expect you to give me the full. I've had it given to me up front before, but you put it in stages. When I complete this stage, you give me the next one. But when you're constantly having to go out and raise money after you finished doing whatever you did with the 150,000, and then you're always running out and raising money, you're not building a business anymore. And this is the concept that they have evolved in most of the United States. When I came out of retirement to launch an invention, everybody said, "Oh, you need to hire somebody to run your company because you're going to be constantly raising money." And I go, "Why? I'm ready to go. I got my business plan. My business plan was this thick." And it was real funny because I can remember sitting down with someone. He said, "Send me your deck." I go, "What?" Okay, send me your deck. And I didn't. I had to Google deck, right? What's a deck? And I go, "Well, I got a business plan. I don't want to see a business plan if I can't figure it out in 10 minutes." And I go, "But you're going to invest $100 million in something that you see 10 minutes worth of data?" It didn't span with me. And then I discovered people were not even building a real prototype. They were out raising money on a dream with a video, right? They would make these really cool videos that look like, and I talked to one gentleman, he had raised $30,000, and he took that money and made a beautiful video, and then took that video, raised more money. And but he never built a product. Never built a working prototype. So the concept of raising money changed considerably from back when I used to work and raise money. And so I gladly joined Nick in doing the TV show, because I just felt like.
So I want to ask a question to both of you. What is the situation in the US post WeWork debacle? Some of the challenges SoftBank has been having, and the Uber and Lyft and publicly listed companies, even before the COVID thing started, had crashed. So two questions. Okay, right? I want to know the US scenario. Then I'll talk about the Indian scenario. How are you handling the situation?
There's the thing here
of down valuation.
I'm gonna give that to Nick.
There's a thing here called bankruptcy courts, which Neiman Marcus, one of the big realtors, is about to visit this week. And there's a couple things. One is the stimulus package that exists in the United States. Most people are going for the stimulus package. In other words, the government is handing out $2.2 trillion, and they're about to put another $300 billion in this week. So the stimulus package is out there. So you basically apply. Some of it's free money. Some of it they cover your payroll for 8 weeks. But right now, if you were a startup, you're saying, "Hey, we want to get into business," right now I would say no, like big time no, unless you're in biotech, pharmaceuticals, or something in the health related field that relates to this coronavirus, because your run of the mill businesses today are going to get shot down. You're going to see a lot of good deals in the bankruptcy courts here in the United States very shortly, because I believe a lot of these businesses will not be around in the next 2 months. They're just going to go under.
And our president was famous for filing bankruptcy. So
he bankrupt. Okay, listen what he did. He filed bankruptcy for casinos in Atlantic City. And if you think about it, how could you bankrupt casinos? Those are just money machines.
Yeah. The house always wins. House always wins. You can't have a situation.
But the thing is that our country is built on that foundation of bankruptcy court. It's one of the courts that will probably continue going, because I've noticed a friend of mine is involved with a bankruptcy case right now. He is actually one of the lenders, and his case is still going. It got put off a little bit, but it's still in the mix.
See, so that's a challenge. Let me talk about India a bit. That's a challenge in India. We don't have Chapter 11 equivalent that's easily implementable. Even though the courts take a long time to settle legal disputes and all that stuff, that one of the challenges entrepreneurs face, and you talked about it earlier about very high failure rate. It's very tough to close a business in India. So I know entrepreneurs who have moved on because the businesses have failed. They have taken up a job, done something else, but old pending stuff still chases them. Things are improving in the last couple of years. People have done some reforms that you are able to shut down companies. Otherwise, there is always a lagging, not stigma, a lagging pending litigation or pending nuisance value of a business that is there. Point number one. Point number two, it's very easy to keep somebody engaged in litigation for next 5, 10, 15 years. So one of the things that the government is working and startup is working, how to bring efficient Chapter 11 equivalent, how to be able to shut down companies so that people can cleanly and clearly move on. There are cases where some income tax equivalent of IRS in the US are asking people questions about something that happened 7 years back or many years back. Hey guys, I have failed in my business. I lost my money. I lost my time. I have moved on. I'm trying to earn my living now. Don't now go around asking me about some return which I did not file and all that stuff. So those are things that we still need to evolve. But the challenge I really want to talk about in the current situation that we have is because of the COVID, companies last year, 2019 was a good year for Indian startups. The valuations were good. People raised money at nice valuation startups. Come 2020, it has only been downhill and downhill. So the challenges companies are facing now are, if you have to raise money, most likely it will be a down round. When you go into a down round, you guys all know, there is liquidation preference, there is anti-dilution rights, there are stuff that are associated with earlier investors. There are cases where there are multiple investors on the cap table who have come in at different times. Some of the funds have ended their life cycle. Those people cannot invest to bail out the company or support the company in tough time. So how do you balance a down round? How do you balance multiple investors in a cap table? How to create a structure where the founder still has got motivation to carry on. At the same time, company gets that $500,000, 1 million, 2 million needed to survive the next 6 months. So these are challenges. There are no answers. These are the challenges all venture capitalists in India are facing. I'm sure it's there worldwide too, on how do you navigate the system. Okay, right? Yeah. And there are rare cases.
It would be a good show. I would also like to have this conversation on a startup show. If you want to get a startup show going and a business show, because we're going to need that evolution re-entry process, but we need to save them now. You're saying something. We need to get that life float out now, right? And how do we do that? And Nick, that's a big question.
Well, it's a good question. But remember, Ganesh, that capital here is unequitably distributed. For example, I told Kim this.
Unequally, not unequitably, unequally.
Unequally, whatever. Okay, but anyway, the thing is, in the United States, 40% of all of our venture capital comes from Silicon Valley, 40%. In where we live, it's called Research Triangle Park in Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina. We got Duke, we got North Carolina, we got North Carolina State. We have the Research Triangle Park.
We have Duke.
Okay, we have Duke. But here's the reality, Ganesh. Our venture capital, our total amount of venture capital in this area is 0.075, next to nothing.
%.
Wow.
You see what I mean? Yeah. And so when I was with the North Carolinians here, because I'm not from here. I was actually in Florida, Seattle before I came here. And they're all touting, we're Research Triangle Park. I said, guys, you got to get real here. You're 0.075. You're not even 1%. The markets here, if you want venture capital, are in Silicon Valley, Los Angeles, Boston, and New York. They will account for more than 90% of all
of the venture capital goes to San Francisco.
Yes, exactly. So the thing is, and part of the reason why is that they were successful in some of their other startups. Like in Seattle, we had this company called Amazon, and it was a dive company. Now it's pretty good. Okay, and then and they had Expedia. There was another company called Microsoft, and all these startups. Notice they didn't happen in New York. Part of the reason in New York, you have to wade through all these rules, which I discussed earlier. You have all these nodes and roadblocks. Out west, it was more loosey-goosey. And so they actually did quite well. in Silicon Valley, you had Google, you had Oracle, you have all these. And what they did is these people made funny money off their stock options. And all of a sudden they had money they've never had before. This wasn't old money. This was new money. And so what they do, they turn around, they invested in other startups. So it kept compounding, where if you're in the West Coast of the United States, they have most of the venture capital money, and the rest of the country is blank until they go to New York and Boston. And that's how we're really aligned here. And that's the reality of the VCs. Now, the problem is the people that have great ideas. Yeah, great idea. Everybody has a great idea. Can they execute on that great idea?
That's the big question.
And that's the big question.
Yeah. No, I'm very familiar with Sand Hill Road. I have made many of my trips to Sand Hill Road and taken money.
Sand Hill Road. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
See this trash can? That's the trash can of all the great ideas.
Yeah. So Sand Hill Road, and I've lived in the Vagabond Inn in Sunnyvale, and go with my ball to Sand Hill Road to raise money. But to be fair to Sand Hill Road guys, I didn't build my businesses and get good exits and made money for them and for our people through stock options because of the courtesy of people in Sand Hill Road. Okay, right?
Yeah,
So
right.
I would like
to ask one question to Mr. Dinesh, that during this COVID, I mean, if someone would still get some kind of funding from, generous people like you, maybe post-COVID as well. I mean, because that in India, people.
He's talking
I'm talking about.
Wait a minute. VCs are not charities. Okay, so the thing is, they're looking for ROI. I mean, come on. Capital is a limited resource. You just can't. If you want to, go see somebody.
If still be able to get the funding around done, because still I believe there's a lot of funding going around in India. And sir, you know that we Indians are very optimistic and we know how to work in a very crunch situation with less resources and with more time. Do you think we can cover up the situation in next couple of years? Because at point of time, because I also run a company, and at this point of time, things are really bad, and we are not sure how soon we can get back to the normal business. But when you talk about startups, you know that in India, people work 15, 20, 24, 25 hours a day, and they wanted to come back and they wanted to reduce the cost cutting, and they can work from home and from different places. But they wanted to make sure that they will come back to the business as soon as possible. What do you think about our spirit and instinct of working towards the betterment of the startup and the industry?
Yeah, so I think it's a good question. The way I look at it is, in India, we are used to multiple challenges, right? And I'm not saying this to downgrade India or downplay India in any way. I'm 58 years old. I lived all my life in India, studied and worked in India, even though many of my businesses have done business with US companies. So I love my country. But here we have a lot of challenges, okay, right? Right from air pollution to water to traffic, each one is a challenge. That has also built in us a resilience and a herd immunity. And that's a famous word that's coming from UK, right? So it's a promise to UK. We have huge amount of resilience and immunity that is built into us because of the toughness that we go through. So I'm very bullish about Indian entrepreneurs, Indian startups' ability to weather this storm. What is the challenge now is, this is a once in a century pandemic. We don't know how to model this. For example, we are right now under a severe lockdown. We don't know how long will the lockdown last. It's getting extended. To the second phase of lockdown to recovery, we don't know whether it will be 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, or 12 months. Third, finally, we don't know post-recovery, what will the normal be? What is going to be the new normal? That is a big challenge. So there are so many unknowns in a once in a century pandemic that it's scary, okay, right? But the good part, herd immunity, resilience is something which is built into us as Indian startup entrepreneurs. So I'm not very concerned about it. So I think you should be bullish, and we'll overcome this.
And there you go. The bullish market is startups, and Ganesh. And we're going to evolve this. We're going to build the startup community back up, because it's my belief that because of the startups, we have better and stronger.
Not so fast. Not so fast.
Okay, we can wait.
A lot of these companies in the next 2 to 3 months are going this way, and there's no way you can stop gravity, baby. They're going down. Okay, so what you got to do is get ready for that airplane as it goes zoom down, and that's like the realities of it. You're going to see.
I think we can build our communities.
You're going to see a lot of pain and suffering. There will be one
that we have built in the past and we can build in the future. It's just that need of an hour, and if we are united, I think we can build it. And
yeah, but only the tough are going to survive. I mean, that's going to be the realities of it. The tough guys, the tough gals, the tough will survive, and the weak are going to be thrown into the trash pile that I have right over there. And unfortunately, the trash pile is going to get pretty bloody big. And that's the realities of this. So
pain is suffering. Life is suffering.
The thing is, you're going to have to morph. And the thing is, a lot of these businesses are going to have to morph. And I'm sorry, they're going to have to morph. If they don't morph, they're going to die.
Well, pivoting. But the thing is, we have a really good talk show about this. And I think Ganesh can help lead the way with Ankit and you. And I think, but here's the thing. Great minds have to pull together to make good things happen. And I think we can do that. The other thing is that we're not going to be spending money on cleaning the environment anymore. That's billions of dollars that people were piping into research to clean the ozone. Let's pull that back into new research. Let's pull that back to save some of the startups. Get the startups going. The startups is the reason why the communities survive. Okay, that's the reason why the world thrives. It's not the big corp. We all think it's the big corp with the billions of dollars, but it's those community startups, and you know that. We all know that. But Nick, you're right. It's going to be. It's going to be.
The spigot's going to close.
Through the rose bush before you get that rose.
I'm sorry that you know how you go to these businesses closed due to coronavirus. Well, the VCs are going to close due to coronavirus for a while. I mean, it'll come back, but I don't see it coming back this year. You know, we're going to have to wait till next year. We'll reopen next year, but not this year. I think we have a couple people who are doing this.
Okay, we're going to get the Mush back on the show.
We have Dr. Ramesh joining us from Delhi, and he's the Ayurveda specialist. And I think Dr. Ramesh would introduce himself. And we have Mox Zota, and he's from the pharmaceutical industry and Zota Pharmaceuticals. And welcome to the show. And can you please introduce yourself? Start with Dr. Ramesh.
Okay, can I take leave and say bye to all of you?
Yes, you may.
It's a pleasure joining you.
By the way, Ganesh, not all industries are going to die. Not all industries, pharmaceutical and medical, they're still good to go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Let's say goodbye.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
We'll see you soon.
See you Wednesday.
Bye. See you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Right. Where's Rakesh? Where's Rakesh?
Bye-bye.
Rakesh, he's not there. I don't see my boards anymore. But Ramesh is there. And Ramesh, what do you do?
Yeah, good evening. I'm Dr. Ramesh. I'm an Ayurvedic physician in the field of Ayurveda for more than 30 years, connected with an organization which is 118-year-old from Kerala. Now I am speaking it from Kerala because I was in Delhi 17 years. We are having a hospital there in Karkaduma, Delhi, East Delhi, where we treat mainly the chronic conditions of arthritis, musculoskeletal issues, and cancer-related issues, cancer and such things. We no emergency management, but people come with chronic problems to improve their quality of life. And that is where the Ayurveda mainly works now. So this organization, we have a lot of patients from all over India, as well as from abroad also, who are coming really for health improvement and having chronic lifestyle disorders. And we are into that. So, of course, in this era also, as a preventive measure, we are trying our level best to give many preventive measures to health workers as well as people who are in quarantine and all, and trying to help the society. this is in a nutshell. I have to tell about me, and now I'm free to discuss anything.
Really? Okay. So what about coronavirus? Have you run into the coronavirus where you're at?
Yeah, it's of course, as we were discussing just with Ganeshji also, this is a pandemic which we didn't expect at all in this century, and we are all new to that. So we don't have any claims for that these things. But of course, Ayurveda has its own experience in treating cases like, because earlier Nipah was there, H1N1 was there, and then dengue was there, and the side effects of all these things. Sometimes in the active phase, emergency management, modern medicine assistance is very much needed, but as a supportive therapy, post this thing, chikungunya was there. So everywhere we were also trying to help people to improve their quality of life with our own medications and some external applications and such things. So that is being done in Kerala now officially, because it's a recognized system in India. So naturally in Gujarat, very recently, 2 days before, I heard that actually in Gujarat, the health secretary was declaring that actually people who were in quarantine were given Ayurvedic medicine as a preventive aspect, and their coronavirus severity was not very much, and many people didn't develop active symptoms. So they are now planning to incorporate this system also, complementing with the modern system and doing some new strategies, for planning some new strategies. Here in Kerala also, what we have, because Kerala is traditionally very strong in Ayurvedic treatments. So here what we have already done is that health workers, because their life also is very precious one. So the health workers, policemen who are working with these people, and other elderly people, because we were trying to give some herbal preparations which are very, very safe in consuming, like ginger, garlic, and that kind of materials in the form of decoctions, powders, and all. That helps a lot to improve their, immunity as well as metabolism, and naturally the viral infections or the severity of the problem considerably reduces. This is an experience I'm telling. I'm not claiming anything, very honestly.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at people with coronavirus right now, I see hydroxychloroquine, remdesivir, stem cell therapy, or prednisone.
Yeah.
What do you choose? You got to choose something. Which one is the best?
No, this is actually, the thing is that actually in Corona directly, I'm not directly involved in that, but the Kerala government there is a panel of doctors who have suggested, there is a list of medicines, list of do's and don'ts, list of procedures which can be done, especially in the quarantine people and mildly positive cases. People who ventilators, emergency and all, of course, they have to be admitted in modern facilities and give them oxygen and something like that. I'm sorry. So this protocol is being followed now. And there is a COVID Ayurveda cell in Kerala where people can, and there is another group who are working as counselors in the coronavirus quarantine group. So our people are working with them. Many of my colleagues are working with them, and they are the feedback is very, very, really good, because they were giving a moral support. They were giving other supports like counseling and such things. So this as a complementing to the mainstream of medicine, we are trying. And if the corona becoming positive is less, or the virility is less, naturally the load on the health system considerably reduces, and that helps. And in elderly people, especially in elderly people, our main focus is to help them to improve. So of course, isolation, social distancing, and such things are also very much needed. Along with that, to help them to improve their immunity, these medicines, as per our observation, is helping a lot in Kerala. This is what in a nutshell I have to tell you. Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Mokesh, since you're into pharmacy, what do we have in the drug-related area? I checked out, there were 271 treatments, okay, or drugs that are going through FDA. And what do you got out there in terms of treatments for coronavirus?
Because, yeah, okay.
No, that's fine. You can just take on, no problem.
Oh, yeah, anyone can step up.
Please.
No, you take care. You as a doctor, you just take the lead. That's fine.
Yeah, but you do drugs, so give me drugs.
Yeah. So basically, if I'll introduce myself, I'm from Zota Healthcare,
right.
And we are into manufacturing and marketing of pharmaceutical products since the last 20 years.
Yeah.
And we are exporting to around 30 plus countries around the world.
Mm-hmm.
Apart from that, we have our own, let's say, pharmacies, retail pharmacies across India, where we're selling the pure generic medicine.
Mm-hmm.
And I can say that we are the first private player in India. Government have their own store for generic medicine, and we are the first private player in India to sell generic medicine across the India.
Mm-hmm.
And I can say we are the largest player in India also. We are around 350 plus stores on board, and many more are coming out in this COVID lockdown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, what do you see in terms of, Mokesh, what do you see in terms of remdesivir and hydroxychloroquine? Are these things workable or what?
So it's not purely that will work, hydroxychloroquine or azithromycin. The trial and errors are going on, but the research shows that the hydroxychloroquine has some good effect on the corona, not only hydroxychloroquine. So what they are suggesting is hydroxychloroquine with the combination of some antibiotics like azithromycin or some prednisolone. So these are the things which they suggest to go with for the treatment. There is no specific treatment yet.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, one of our physicians said that you should treat it like asthma and try prednisone as early as possible. What are your thoughts of that, prednisone?
Sorry?
Prednisone. What about prednisone? Using prednisone?
So basically, prednisolone is a steroidal drug.
Yeah, pretty powerful.
So pretty powerful. So the thing is, when corona comes into your body, it will choke up your upper respiratory tract, and the prednisolone will help to open up that choke up of the upper respiratory tract.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why many of them suggesting for prednisolone also.
Right. Yeah. So, and what about stem cells and genetic therapy? Have you looked at that at all?
I heard about that, but I'm not sure what they are doing with the stem cell and genetic therapy.
Mm-hmm.
I have no much idea about that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a whole different cat. So
I would like to ask
I guess
question, Dr. Ramesh, that Ayurveda is one of the oldest.
Yeah, I guess he will help us.
Ramesh, Ayurveda is one of the oldest therapies we have been doing in India, and as an Indians, we understand what is Ayurveda, but our viewers around the world, and especially our board members, they are not aware about the Ayurveda. Can you just elaborate in 5-10 minutes what is Ayurveda and how it's useful, and why the natural way is also good enough in comparison to the current industry with a lot of medicines coming around, and it comes with a lot of side effects. So if you can elaborate.
Thank you. Yeah, I can do that. Ayurveda is actually, it's a 3,000-year-old medicine, and it is lively and actively, very vibrantly being practiced in India since from the Buddha period, if you see the history of Ayurveda. And Ayurveda, of course, is discussing about, mainly Ayurveda is divided into two. One is all about preventive aspect, which is called Vritta in Ayurveda, because the lifestyle what all things, the do's and don'ts of life, when the season changes, what all things are to be done, and how do we live, the ethics. So many things are discussed in that. The second part is all about disease management. There, because even though it is a, so many year old system of medicine, the description, if you see that at that time, chemistry, anatomy, physiology, and all this modern medicine is not this much developed. But even then, they have very clearly mentioning about the exactly like in modern medicine, the cause of the disease and its progression, how it happens, how it affects the body, and how it has to be managed with medicines and lifestyle and diets. Of course, dietetics is a very important part of Ayurveda. So all these together makes it a comprehensive system of medicine which has to be practiced as a whole. That is why the diet, lifestyle, as well as the medications. So here again, the internal medicines of external oil applications and such things are done as a part of the treatment. And Ayurveda specifically mentions about so many therapies. One among them is the purificatory therapy of the body. Because if for that they use a word called karma, 5 evacuative procedures, which help to cleanse the system by giving internal medications, external oil applications, and giving medicated enemas and purgations and such things. So this is in a nutshell Ayurveda to explain. But we in Kotak Hill, my institution is 100, as I told you, it's a 118-year-old organization where we get actually 40% of our cases are from abroad, from US, UK, and all. So many patients who have chronic conditions. Now, if you ask me what all kinds of cases are coming, because you can see that the patients with stroke, one side paralytic conditions, arthritic conditions, both osteo as well as rheumatoid arthritis, then autoimmune problems, for example, rheumatoid arthritis, and as well as psoriatic type of skin lesions. And nowadays, neurodegenerative disorders, like you can see that cervical and lumbar spondylosis and musculoskeletal issues, then motor neuron disease, neurodegenerative disorders like motor neuron disease, Parkinson disease, and such so many chronic conditions, and the patient's quality of life is very much compromised because of the affection of these afflictions of this, and of course kidney failures, liver failures, and cancer related issues. Cancer, because we have a cancer clinic specifically in Kolkata, where people come for one, for a preventive aspect, second thing to remove to reduce the side effects of conventional treatments. Third, the conventional treatment didn't give them any relief. They don't know where to go. So that kind of people are coming, and some people are coming directly for Ayurvedic treatment. So in all these cases, what we generally do, we have 97% of medicines are herbal origin medicines. So we prepare Ayurvedic medicines, and we administer these medicines as well as give them advices on lifestyle, diet, and such things. And this is carried out, and over a period of time, maybe some weeks sometimes, or some months, or in chronic conditions, it may take years. They may have to continuously take the medications to maintain their quality of life, as we cannot expect a cure for a chronic lifestyle disorder where there is extensive damage in the structural damages and such. So this helps a lot to improve the quality of life of patients, and that is how patients are coming every year. Our patient number is increasing. Patients are depending upon Ayurvedic therapy for the betterment of this thing. So here now again, I'm working in a clinical research unit now, where I discussed about the cancer clinic. There we have seen that many of the patients have good quality of life years together, more than 5 years, 6 years, 10 years. People are living comfortably with Ayurvedic medicine. Many of them are only on Ayurvedic medicine. So we had a discussion with the modern medicine hospital there in Calicut, and they were also when they saw the data that we are maintaining and saw the patients whose quality of life have improved, they have suggested us that we will do a collaborative research project how these medicines works, and we had a collaboration with them, as well as we have signed an MOU with National Institute of Science Bangalore, where we are planning to conduct a collaborative research project, quality life improvement of cancer patients with Ayurvedic therapy. So these kind of researchers are, and very recently in COVID also, now we have submitted a research protocol in mild and moderate positive for COVID cases to start with, because there are a lot of group of doctors, including from AIMS, All India Institute of Medical Science. We had a video conference like this and made a protocol and submitted it to ICMR to start with, to see that how these systems help uh, in these patients. This is in a nutshell, I tell you about Ayurveda. So I would like to brief in such a way that it is still a vibrant system of medicine practiced in India, and it is being carried out with the help of modern medicine tools, and we are doing the research accordingly. Yeah.
Okay, and when you talk about Ayurveda, how Ayurveda is helping us in this current pandemic, because everyone around the world is suffering from COVID. I mean, people are staying at home, and some people have some symptoms, and some are going to treat them, doctors, and all those things. And also, a lot of, I mean, majority of them are staying at home. So, what are the best Ayurveda practices they can follow at this point of time to improve their immunity and to safeguard themselves and their elderly and children around?
I'll be brief in that, because one thing is social distancing, hygiene, these things are Ayurveda also recommends these things. Second thing is diet, because especially when you do the dieting, too much oily, deep fried items, too much masala items, try to avoid that and have healthy, nutritious diet. A simple, healthy, nutritious diet with spices. All spices you can use to prepare the medicine in such a way. And the second aspect is that, for example, ginger. Ginger is a antiviral medicine which is inside our kitchen. So taking ginger water, boil the ginger in water and taking it on a regular basis helps a lot, because there are so many papers, studies published in the scientific journals, peer-reviewed scientific journals, about the antiviral activity of ginger. Like that, pepper and tulasi patte and this garlic also. So all these can be used judiciously and liberally, because, for example, when you prepare the sabji, in place of this red mirchi, you can use kali mirch. It's a simple thing which can be done, practical thing also, and of course drinking water. And the third thing is exercise. Regular walking helps us to improve the immunity. And there are certain simple medications like avala or tulasi and kali mirch, and of course the ginger type of gharelu can be used by these people to improve the immunity. But there are certain Ayurvedic herbal preparations also, like Indukantam Kashayam, Nimbamradadi Kashayam. These are all which contain giloy and some other substances, which very safely they can use it. Vilwadi Guliga, which is we have been using it in the chikungunya outbreak in Delhi recently when I was there. So these all helps them to improve their immunity and maintain a good quality of life. So this is what in a nutshell I have to tell you about Ayurvedic treatment or way of life. Yeah.
Okay. and people who have already COVID symptoms. I mean, because these are general practices which we have to follow on day-to-day basis. But people who have COVID symptoms or maybe people who have someone in their family is having a COVID positive and they are being treated, how they can safeguard themselves if they have some symptoms. Is there any way we can do it in Ayurveda? Because we are looking for a lot of cures around COVID, and the whole world is waiting for a vaccine which will give us some kind of relief. I think Moktesh must be aware of it, that it's a difficult scenario, and how the pharmaceutical companies and research companies are, I mean, trying their best to get the vaccine done, and this would be $1 trillion business for them. That's what Nick told us. So, I mean, what can we do in Ayurveda to heal that person?
Definitely, I'm very honestly telling you, I'm not claiming anything, because we have submitted a protocol to do it scientifically in ICMR, how these medicines work. But there are certain recommendations in Ayurveda for viral infections. This is called Agantuja Roga in Ayurveda, where when this becomes, and in Charaka Samhita very clearly they mention about when the air, water, and the environment becomes polluted, there can be so many diseases coming, and that can be infectious also. There is a reference like that. In that condition, what all things we have to do, we have to be careful, is recommended. So being a new pandemic, we don't know. We also don't know how the prognosis of these things. But at the same time, if we use these safe medicine, I'm talking about herbal preparations which can be used very safely. And very recently, I have read a report from US and China that COVID is mainly affecting the heart muscles than the lung. So, which is a very, very shocking news. So, again, Ayurveda discusses many things for the heart muscles to improve their. For example, I will tell you, Ayurvedeshala has recently done a research which is published in PLOS One magazines in international journals, where one was Avalaki Rasayan. Avala means gooseberry rasayan, which was done animal model, human model, and Drosophila model. So in three of these things, in animal model, what we have observed in rat model, we have observed that the cardiac muscles are strengthened, cardiac output and such things are improved. It's a published paper. And in Drosophila model, the DNA repair was very much helped with this Avalaka Rasayan. And of course, heat tolerance, starvation tolerance of the Drosophila has improved. And in the human model, again, their immune system, main thing was their immune system and metabolism improvement was seen. I'm discussing about these things. These are all published papers. You will get it from the international, this thing. So Ayurveda has a lot of things to help the modern medicine people, complementing them. It's not contradictory at all, because I respect all systems, especially modern medicine. Definitely in emergency management, we all depend upon that, but to help them, because if this can be viciously combined, that will be very much helpful. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and ginger actually I thought was pretty good, because I'd used that before, and I was good because I saw it in one of these articles, and I used it, and I was going, actually it worked when you got an upset stomach. I was pretty impressed that ginger is good. I mean, there's some good stuff out there, and we have some good stuff. Our sponsor from the dollar stores here, Lynn Shepard. Can you tell us what's going on, Lynn, about the dollar store?
I sure can. We are in business shipping stuff, as Nick, you know, because I saw you actually purchase something the other day.
Right.
Good for you.
Right.
Yeah, I wish we could ship it out of the United States, but right at the moment we can't. We could go to Canada because that's close enough. We can do that, but it would cost a lot more to do that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, not to India, and
not to India yet.
but we'll be there. We will be there.
Right.
But what we do have are dust masks. Okay, we have also have disposable gloves, and we have other disinfectants that can be used. We don't have ginger. I wish we did, but that's all right. We can find some of that in the local fruit store, and we have just lots of things that can be used by people, delivered to your home. The U.S. Post Office delivers it. If you live in a community that does delivery, unfortunately, I don't. I have to go to the post office to pick things up, but that's okay. But Nick is going to get his right directly to his house, and that's fantastic. And we got involved with Money Masters because I love the mission of Money Masters, teaching finances and financial responsibility to young people, especially young people who are poor and don't have the chance of learning. Although I quite honestly will tell you, I never knew the reality of why things were done on checks until I was in graduate school. So it might have been nice to know that when I was younger. That's something that I'm hopeful that my son and daughter-in-law are teaching my youngest grandsons, and or maybe they'll get involved and take and get involved with Money Masters. So we're contributing half of our profit to Money Masters to help promote their program of financial responsibility to young people.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And you're showing some of the products right now that are available in the dollar store.
Right.
Okay. Yep. And the thing is, tell us a little bit about the founder of the dollar store. Where is he from?
Well, the founder of the dollar store, coincidentally, is from India.
Mm-hmm.
His name is Rex Mehta. Rex founded Dollar Store 24 years ago. He actually got the name Dollar Store. He owns that name, so nobody else can use it. So in the United States, we have Dollar General, but we don't have Dollar Store General because they can't use it.
Mm-hmm.
He had a lot of brick and mortar stores that he created around the world, some in Europe, some in Asia, some in Africa. And when he decided to come to the United States in 2019, he said, we're going to do it online because there are 38,000 brick and mortar stores here in the United States. Let's do this where people can have products delivered directly to their home. People were starting to buy lower priced items. And he said he recognized that now is the time, and now is the time, especially now because of the coronavirus. So,
right, you can actually. Well, we buy a lot of stuff online, so I figured I would buy some stuff from the dollar store online, and they actually deliver it to your house,
right?
Which makes it a lot easier because then I don't have to go out and buy things, so you don't have to come in contact with people. Right now, this is only available in the United States, in the continental United States, but ultimately it's going to go to India, since the guy is from India who developed it, and you're going to be able to buy products online. You just press buttons and the stuff is delivered to you. It's kind of a great idea,
Yep. And Willie Hill, who's not here today, but wants it to come to Australia. And so Rex and I will be having that conversation. It will take a little bit of time for it to happen, but I'm sure it will.
Yeah, but India, wouldn't it be easier because you could set up distribution centers, and it's a smaller country with a lot more people? I think it would be easier to do a dollar store online dollar store in India, and they're all into technology, than it is in the United States, where we're a little bit more spread out with less people.
That's true. That's true.
Right.
And I'm sure he has some distribution centers in India already because of some of the stores he has. So I will have that conversation with him. But he has to make sure that he has all the technology set up to be able to handle the foreign currencies wherever he goes. So
right, and be able to distribute the product.
Correct.
I did find out shipping to Africa was really expensive from the United States. So unless you have your distribution centers set up in these countries, to ship it is just really, really expensive. You know,
Well,
you just have to have your distribution centers there.
Well, think about, I mean, our border between us and Canada, one would think that should be just immediately overnight. My daughter lives in Toronto, where Sasha lives.
Yes.
It's interesting because Border Patrol just simply holds up everything. And you can ship something to Canada, it can take 3 weeks to get there.
Right. Yeah. It's a little more. So you also, you basically have to have your distribution centers up there. But this way, yeah, because otherwise you can't get through the borders. And as we well know today,
for sure.
It's even tougher. But I also like you can buy your food online. I thought that was pretty cool. You can buy food, you can buy paint, brushes, and all sorts of stuff online. They have a lot of products. So we do thank the Dollar Store for being our sponsor on IBM TV and Money Masters, which is our parent company. So we just wanted to thank you for coming, Lynn, and talking to us about this. Rakesh, since you're over in Hong Kong, how's the coronavirus affecting you over there?
Well, we haven't had any cases recently.
Really?
Last, I think, couple of days, no cases, no new cases. In fact, today definitely no new case. So
wow.
It's on the way. Yeah.
How'd that happen?
I think disciplined people, and I suppose some element of luck. But we haven't had any cases today.
I mean, that's
no
kind
new
of
cases
amazing.
today. Yeah.
That's kind of amazing because Hong Kong is pretty congested. You know that I would think that
It's not half as congested as any Indian city.
Really?
About the same area, you have 21 million in Bombay, and you have just 7 million in Hong Kong. So it's not that many.
Well, then how is it Hong Kong has very few cases? In New York, they're bringing out body bags.
Because doctors keep telling the Americans that you don't need to wear a mask. In Hong Kong, we've always worn masks. It's common sense. You know, the receptors are in your nose, your throat, your lungs, your kidneys, your heart.
Right.
If you prevent stuff from getting in through your mouth and your nose, that's almost 80% of your stuff done. It's common sense. You know, I don't know why the World Health Organization said you don't need to wear a mask, and the doctors said you don't need to wear a mask.
Yeah,
it seems to be working in Hong Kong. It seems to be working in Taiwan. It seems to be working, I don't know, in most places. I don't know why Dr. Moskowitz was saying you don't need to wear a mask. I don't know.
I don't know about that because to me it's empirically evident that if you cover yourself and you wear mask and gloves, that it would lessen your chance of getting the coronavirus.
Yes,
that'd be my thinking. You know,
I think that's pretty much the solution. Yeah.
Right. So if you go out in Hong Kong, you wear a mask and glove. Is that what happens?
Well, I don't wear gloves, just a mask, and I have a little bit of isopropanol spray. I spray it on my hands if I touch any surface which I think is not too clean. Most of the escalators in public transport are cleaned every 4 hours. And but you do need to take your own precautions. Clean your hands, wash your hands, put the mask on when you're outside, change your clothes when you come in from outside, keep your shoes outside the door for 8 hours before you bring them into the house. Just standard, normal, common sense precautions.
Right. What time is it over in Hong Kong right now?
It's about 11:50 in the night.
Oh, okay. It's in the evening in Hong Kong.
Yeah, I planned to get off the show at 11:15.
Okay.
And so, yeah, but which is what I indicated to Ankit, but he needs to join back. So.
Right. No, I'm glad you were there because I wanted to get the report on Hong Kong. Yeah, thank you for the report on Hong Kong.
Thank you for supporting it.
Welcome.
But, wow, not to have any. That's kind of amazing, especially. Ankit, what is the report in India right now? Because everybody's been following it here in the United States. What are the death tolls and the conditions over in India?
So we have, around 500 plus daily new cases reported in India.
Mm-hmm.
And as of now, around 500 plus people have died.
Mm-hmm.
And also after 1 month complete lockdown from 20th April, we have started opening up the economy. The essential items and some essential services have started on backtrack only on those areas which are not hotspots.
Mm-hmm.
But government is monitoring it closely. And if there are some cases, maybe symptoms coming up in those areas, so we will again get back to the lockdown situation.
Mm-hmm.
And in India, as you know, it's geographically a big country, and also in terms of the population and demographics. So it's difficult to manage, people at one point of time. So we have a plan where we are doing it in different stages and different layers, and every plan is different for different states.
Mm-hmm.
So the chief ministers of all these states and also the prime minister, they are working together closely and monitoring the day-to-day and maybe an hour to hour reviews and reports. And based on that, they are taking the decisions. And also, as a big country with so many religions and so many cultures under one umbrella,
right?
So we have a lot of festivals coming up, and the government is very concerned about those things because I think Dr. Ramesh and Rakesh would agree that there is a lot of things going on in India in different parts of the country, and due to those festivals, we might be having a tough time. So that's why the government is taking each and every step one by one. Because when you talk about festivals, we have thousands and or millions of people coming together and celebrate, and we don't want to do it right now.
Right, no festivals right now.
Yeah.
Dr. Ramesh, what about curry? There was a study here that said curry was good for your immune system. Dr. Ramesh, what do you think about curry? And
I didn't get you. Which one?
Okay, curry. What about Indian curry?
They're talking about the regular, vegetables which we used to eat with the ginger, with black pepper, with garlics and all.
Yeah,
right.
Curry.
Yes.
Curry.
Yes.
Curry.
Yeah.
Curry. Curry means it is nothing but a vegetable mixture. Mm-hmm. Because you can because in Kerala tradition, basically we put all spices. So turmeric powder, curry leaves, ginger, or black pepper. These are general ingredients in making a sabji. Making a sabji means curry means it's a combination of boiled vegetables, spices. That is.
Yeah.
So I would like to add 2 points about Kerala specifically. Kerala now, it has contained almost, even though population density is very much there, now newly coming up cases are very little. 2, and today it was only 5. So people who were on quarantine, many people have discharged. Earlier, people under observation was 1,75,000, whereas today it has come down to 40,000. So it's much different. So many people have recovered from the symptoms, and now the social distancing and such things are continuing in Kerala, and we hope that actually we'll be able to contain the community spread. This is the present situation in Kerala. So maybe the habits like this also, because people are all at home now and having homely food, no outside food. Everybody is using these kind of healthy food, most of them. So I think that also will be contributing to the immunity.
Yeah. So it sounds to me that India is doing good then over there. Right.
It is doing well. I heard a show the other day, and almost in every state except one state where there was a spike, but in most states the strategy has worked, and the number of cases are dropping quite substantially.
What about the economy? How's the economy doing?
You have to ask Ankit that. I'm outside.
Is the economy booming yet?
The economy is doing, what I can say is, I mean, it might be on books, it's okay, but in reality, it would not be in that particular scenario what it used to be. But we are very optimistic as we have a lot of, I mean, people who follow meditation, yoga, and Ayurveda. So we are very optimistic, and we think that we can, I mean, cover up the economic part once the things will be normal. And I think we have a very good community bond as well. So I think when it talks about economy, people will come together and try to sort it out because they know there's a problem and they have to overcome that problem, and it will take some time. It's just a matter of your mental stability and the optimistic approach that how you can take this forward. Because if you because I believe that we need to do a lot of psychological classes post COVID as well, because people might be in a rush atmosphere that they want to earn and they want to start doing all the things normally, but life would not be the same as it was earlier, and we have to take one step ahead. I was talking to a doctor. I mean, when I visited a hospital last week, and the doctor said that because we are mentally, we are mentally aware about what to do and how to do. We don't have to think about before opening a gate or maybe before putting up like this or maybe touching our eyes and all those things. But if we think like a robot, we will move slowly and try to understand that whatever we are doing with our hands, we have to just think before doing it.
Yeah.
Right.
Because so while doing it, we have to. So if we implement the same thing while doing our business or while coming back to the normal life, think before you do. I think that would be a great approach. And if we are optimistic, I think we can rebuild the economy. I am not concerned more about economy. I am concerned about how we can establish and work on stages, and every stage will give us results to go back to the next stage. And if we work together, I think we can cover it up. I mean, I am one of the youngest in the panel right now, but I think that we can certainly do wonders if we work in a united way. Because if we start arguing, cribbing what's happening and all those things, you can't handle it.
What about wearing mask? Are you guys wearing mask?
Yeah, so wearing mask is like a lot of states.
In many cities, it is. You have to wear it. Bombay, it's a law. You have to wear it. You get arrested if you don't.
Okay.
Because wearing mask is compulsory in a lot of states, and if you are not wearing it, you will be fined or maybe put behind the bars as well. That's what's happening around India. So
it's in India, in Hong Kong, they actually listen to their leaders, and there's none of this protest, and they actually truly believe that there's a problem. But more important, they trust that somebody is guiding them properly to take care of them. And they're not worried about their money right now. They're worried about surviving today so they can rebuild tomorrow. Their leaders took care of that. Their leaders said, you know what, just stay home. We'll take care of it. We'll even give up our paycheck so that the economy won't go bankrupt over this. So they got it under control, because it's not about politics. It's not about egos. It's not about negotiating amongst each other about who needs resources. I bet you if Dr. Ramesh, which, excuse me if I don't address you properly, but I bet you if he contacted his superiors or his government and said, you know what, I don't have enough resources, they're going to pick up the phone. They're going to call another place that might have them and ship them over there. They're not going to sit there, you know what, I gave you this. I did this for you. I did this for you. And I'm going to Twitter you flowers. That's not going to happen in their country. Sorry. But here's the difference. Our death rates out the roof. Their death rates are way down here. Australia, yesterday we got reported Australia had 70 people die.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm not going to say that's it, because that's horrifying. But 70 people died. We have what, 70,000 now? I mean, so India and Hong Kong, they used their common sense. It wasn't about politics. It wasn't about political gain. It wasn't about attitude or a chip on a shoulder or who's got one up on each other. It was about respect. It was about respect and humanity. And I commend you guys, because in a pandemic crisis, it's easy to lose your head.
Yeah.
And you didn't. You didn't lose your head.
We are the world leaders again. We have 772,000 people who are infected. We have 41,000 people who have passed away. So
but
the
our
United
president
States
was proud. Yesterday, our president was proud that we didn't get more.
Yeah.
He says we don't have more. I'm so proud of, and I am proud of our front lines for having to clean up this mess.
Yeah.
I am
And
proud of the way that
what will happen to the American dream? What will happen to the American dream after this COVID?
So we're going to lose a lot of money because everybody's going to be filing bankruptcy. And I'm 100% against, I've always been against bankruptcy. You know why? Because you pay an attorney anywhere from $3,000 to $10,000. That could have been money.
I see no problem with that, but keep going.
I know. So anyway, but here's my problem is that somebody else is not getting paid for their services. And in the US, if that person doesn't get paid for their services, they can't write that off their taxes. Okay, everybody thinks, oh, you can write that off your taxes. You cannot write that off your taxes unless you reported you made that money. And if you reported that made you money, you lost money because you got to pay taxes on money you didn't get.
Okay, well, it's not called bankruptcy. If you go to law school, they call it corporate reorganization or reorganizations. Okay, so you take the bankruptcy, get rid of that statement. Instead, we do corporate reorganizations.
Yes, Ricky.
When I worked with Whirlpool, an American corporation, they would do sales where the money didn't come in. And I was the collections manager, the chief of collections, and I said, sorry, you can't report that as a sale.
Mm-hmm.
And they were so angry with me about that. They called it creative accounting.
It is.
Right.
It's creative accounting, the U.S. style, and then if all else fails, you file bankruptcy. You don't pay debt, and it's the low man on the totem pole that loses.
You file for business reorganization. It's business reorganization.
When I had to shut down one of my corporations years ago, it was very devastating to me. I don't ever accept failure. But the first things the attorneys wanted me to do was to file bankruptcy, and I refused to. I paid back and negotiated every debt off my books. And I am proud of doing that because you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. Other companies like myself, because it was an economic downturn for that type of business, other companies like myself, they all file bankruptcy or they drastically, horrifically went under. I chose to close down in such a way that each person that worked for me found a job. I made sure they had a job. And I didn't file bankruptcy. I took the money that I would have paid the attorney and the courts, and I paid off my debts a little at a time. It took me a few years, but a few years later, I had a clean slate. There's ways to do it. There's ways to negotiate. I had to go to court a few times.
Cram down.
I know you're going to sit here and go, oh, Kim, play the violin. But
cram down.
I'm just saying that when you file bankruptcy, the ripple effect.
This is so crucial. I totally agree with Kim on this. This is so crucial. That is what integrity is about. You cannot say that this is a personal matter, that is an official matter. Sorry. Integrity means one person, the same face to everybody.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid America has got to learn that lesson. They learned it up till Tricky Dick came along. It was there.
Yeah.
And the moment Richard Nixon came, America lost its morality.
Right, Rakesh, go look at the law curriculum at all the law schools in the United States. We'll pick on Harvard, Yale, and Stanford Law School. Go look at the law school curriculum. Have you seen integrity in any of the law school classes? No. Okay. Law is what it is. It's rules, how you apply it, and how you kind of benefit
and
your client.
that is why, to be blunt, that is why you have so many debts.
That's right.
Oh, we do?
That is why you have so many debts. And it will,
right
as
now,
long as you've got to be true to yourself. No matter whether there's law is a 3-letter or a 4-letter word, it doesn't matter. You've got to be true to yourself.
I hate to say this, but I cannot take another look at people's posts about it's only 70,000 people. It's only 3%. We could have had a situation where we had maybe less than that, right? A lot less than that. I look at Australia, 70 people died. They cry over 70 people. Yesterday, when I spoke with some doctors in India, they were sad because 2 doctors died. In America, it's like, you know, casualties of war, casualties of money, casualties of economics. And I'm sorry, a life shouldn't be taken a look at that way. I don't care what that life was. A life should not be taken that way. We should not have had this amount of lives. This is our line. Our line went like this compared to the rest of the world.
Okay.
19 people died. Only 19 people died in New Zealand, and Jacinda Ardern was apologizing for that.
Okay, well, the thing is, here's the discussion in the United States. Since you guys in India don't understand, we'll get to you in a minute. We have to, our politicians, this is true, have to balance the amount of deaths against
Money.
Everybody has to do that.
Well,
Okay.
and our politicians,
Abhijit, great to see you, Abhijit.
resources. So the hospitals are not getting resources because they have to negotiate resources from state to state. So each state has to negotiate what they need. That should never happen in a pandemic crisis. Somebody just needs to write out a list of what they need, and it's sent. If somebody has more over here, we share. We're not like that. It's all about how much money you have. And good evening, Dr. Habibji.
Abhijit, yes.
Good evening. How are you all?
Good evening. And welcome. I'm going to bow out of my soapbox.
Yeah,
How the future of politics is going to happen after this?
Oh, politics will be great. It's going to be a great election. It's going to be the best election ever.
Vote and how they are going to choose their politicians, and what kind of government strategy they are going to focus into their manifesto.
It will be a circus here in the United States. I'm sure you're going to hear about it in India because it's going to be a great election. I know, but it's going to be big time this coming up this year. You're going to hear a great election. I've been trying to teach the Americans this. They haven't got it yet. I mean, the thing is, they don't even know what this is. You're really going to have to work on these people. So I go like this, and they're going like, oh, what's that again?
And still going 2 hours to have dinner with their friends, and there's no common sense. Nobody's wearing a mask. I mean, now I'm thankful that the grocery store up the street. Again, I live out in the country, so it's a small grocery store to me. It's not a big grocery store like Nick is used to going to. So it's very contained. And they have been cleaning the grocery carts every day for a month now. Actually, before a month, they've been out there cleaning the grocery carts. You pick up one person into the store at a time. They wait a few minutes, another person in. So you feel somewhat safe, but I still think it's all false illusion. I go in looking like Darth Vader, but with my mask, like Nick does, mask and everything. But I still don't think that that's a good reentry process that we're going to have to think about. And in business, we're going to, and I'm glad that we've got all of these people here to talk about how do we enter a business. And there are things we have to think about, like our agriculture, right? We have to think about. I'm glad you were on this.
Wait, she mentioned agriculture. Let me tell you what they're doing here. Okay, because the restaurants are closed and we have too much milk and food, they're dumping the milk down the sewer here in the United States. Like, no kidding. Because
why are they exporting?
You got because they can't export milk.
You should.
You can free.
I have a question for you, Millie.
I'm not kidding. We're dumping our food down.
Nick, if you can supply that milk to the Indian community, they know how to use the milk. Because we can
recycle it in gardens.
I am not. Listen. I'm not kidding. See, here's what happens. The grocery stores are open, but the restaurants are closed. The restaurants have milk, and they buy a lot of our produce and food. The farmers can't sell it to the restaurants anymore. So because they can't sell it, they're dumping the milk down the drain. Like, no kidding. And they're taking the food and they're just burying it under the ground and destroying it. I'm not kidding. Well, welcome to America.
We closed all of our food manufacturers, so I was glad to see that top on the list is agriculture and India's workout plan. Because I think you have to think about the food. You have to think about physical sustainability before you think about financial sustainability, because I think then it circles, right? you recycle your money that way. That's
you got to. All you have to do is Google it, and you'll see them dumping the milk into the sewer. They're throwing the milk in the sewer. They're throwing the food away. They're getting rid of it because the restaurants are closed. They can't sell it.
The main reason they have the lockdown in India. The main reason they have the lockdown in India is to protect the farm, to protect the farmers, because they know they don't have that much of medical facilities available to them.
right.
To protect them, they have these lockdowns. There's a lot of pain for the daily wage earners, but they still feel that that's a better deal than exposing farmers who haven't a hope in hell of getting medical services.
Right.
You see, I'm a person who dislikes Mr. Modi, but I admire his approach on this particular issue. I'm a person who dislikes Mr. Modi.
But now I think
I admire this. But you're in Hong Kong, so what does he care?
He doesn't care. I'm not even an Indian citizen, so he doesn't care about me.
He doesn't care
but
about
I'm just saying, anybody who looks at his strategy, and I don't know whether it's his decision or Mr. Harshvardhan, the minister's decision, but at least he gave him the freedom to do what is right. You know?
Yeah.
You have to take, give the devil its due.
Well, I think there's very little thought to
that it is getting opened, Rakesh, then it is completely flipped. Right now, we still have threat into highly populated cities. However, the areas which are less populated they are coming clean. I think more than 4 or 5 states who today has reported that they don't have any cases. So they can completely come out of the lockdown. But still the transportation between these states and other part of countries would not continue, would not commence. Cities like Delhi and Mumbai and still even the Noida and other areas will still remain under lockdown. So what you thought that the strategy was to prevent farmers from that, when we see it has completely gone flipped, what you said.
To protect the farmers. To protect, not prevent, protect the farmers. It is to protect the farmers so that the city, because the virus came into India from the airports, okay? And the airports are in Mumbai, Delhi, Bengaluru, Chennai, Calcutta. So it came from the urban areas, and that's how it's come there. So naturally, you would lock down the urban areas because, that's the most sensible thing to do. And glad to say the Indian government did it. I'm so pleased with their having done that.
Completely right. Bang on the target.
Yeah, that was a good idea to shut down the airport, to shut down people from coming in. Oh, Mohammed, how are you doing?
Hey, Mohammed. Namaste. Salam.
Yeah.
Namaskar.
Yeah, it's going to take a long time for the Americans to get this. Okay, I've already beta tested this the other day. Namdase, they were looking for
IBM has made this Namaskar globalized, actually. This kid goes to IBM first.
Yeah, but this is a very safe greeting as opposed to the Americans.
Yes.
This is also our, we used to pray. We used to pray in school, but we took it out of school. So we were taught this many, many years ago, but we took it away and replaced it with handshaking and hugging and, all of those touchy-feely things. We got to get away from that. And, like the doctors are sharing with us, we got to get into better practices before we re-enter. And that's one of the things I want to talk about today is re-entering into the workplace. What are some of the processes and procedures that we are focusing on in India now? Because you guys are kind of flatlined or got things controlled. What are some of the things that you're looking at?
At this stage of time, I think more than 16 different sectors and more than 20 districts and more than 5 states, largely governed states, they have came clean out of the lockdown. So they do not have cases reported. They are not having suspected cases, but still they will remain cordon off. So the large area which they will be getting, only threat now it is remaining there is to do a combing operation of testing everyone in complete percentage. The entire population need to be tested. Otherwise, the sentiment which we primarily look is definitely there is going to be some hit on the economy, and that hit would be quite huge in percentage if you look at the numbers. But if we would allow certain units and certain offices and certain production plants to operate, their product will, however, remain inside the premises only, then we would be able to minimize the loss. That is one idea behind opening a couple of specific sectors with narrow guidelines of practicing the social distancing and physical distancing. And the second is few of the people who will come back on the job. Maybe they will have to stay in their premises only, their factory only, or maybe they will have to stay in their offices. But if they will come back on the job, there is a significant mental or psychological impact, gives them a boost up or gives them a mental motivation to the other people. So these are primarily two things which we have started from today, and I think it is going very well. However, densely populated areas like Delhi, who has lots of hotspots, is still not open, and 4 states which I named has got completely open. So over to you.
Yeah.
Can I add up something?
Yes.
Yeah.
See, India is doing wonderful job right now. All the politicians, especially and talk about the Narendra Modi ji, is doing a wonderful job. He's a very daring and very honest leader, and his leadership is giving a result as well. And one of the best chief minister of Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Yogi, is doing a wonderful job. So whatever they fight each other with the rivals, rival means other political parties. But right now, every political party is on the same platform. The aim is only to how to save the people, how to save the humanity right now. So I salute and praise to all of them, the leaders. They are the true leaders as such.
Yeah.
And the most important thing that Narendra Modi came forward and extended their hands to distribute the essential medicine to the global community. And the most important thing, because I'm into pharmaceutical industry, so I know very well. So whatever the marginalized price out here for the API and the formulation, they try to provide the global community on the same rate, the way they are providing here in India. There was no profit margin involved on that. So this is a very good thing. This shows that the India and Indian political leaders are very much concerned about the global community as such.
Yeah, and there's something interesting that this
4 states which are open is Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Goa, and Sikkim.
Goa.
Yeah.
And Sikkim.
This just in: Americans were found hiding from the coronavirus in Indian caves. From the New York Post. Can you believe that? They said what they were doing is that there were 6 people busted in India that were Americans, broke tourists. They were hiding out in the Indian caves from the coronavirus. Anyway, they were found at that end. Then this just in from the International Monetary Fund said India's growth rate could top 7% growth rate in 2021 if they keep the coronavirus outbreak under control. So that's good news for ANKIT. 7% growth rate in India because
7% is good.
Yeah, because you guys did it right and you don't have any coronavirus. Now we can help you reverse that trend if you'd like. All you have to do is open your borders. We'll send you some Americans, and it'll go back to Peter. But apparently that's not happening over here. So yeah, so the thing is, it looks like having it under control is actually very helpful for the economy over there, and they're predicting a huge growth rate. But when I got together with ANKIT a long time ago, I was going, I said, ANKIT, what the great thing about India, you guys have 1 billion people and you're nice enough to speak English. Because over in China, they have 1 billion people, but they speak Mandarin and Cantonese. I can't understand them, But in India, at least they speak English. I was going, wow, that's actually pretty good. So,
at least we are not producing coronavirus.
Oh, yeah, and you guys produce coronavirus. By the way, it looks like they're not going to get away from that rap. In other words, like, hey, you guys are the producers of coronavirus, which affects the world. But I think it could have been produced anywhere. I mean, it really could. And I think also that we really have to look at future pandemics. I mean, this is the first one. But
Yes.
how easy is this to have coronavirus 2020 or 2025 or some sort of penicillin resistant sort of flu or something like that. In other words, this isn't the only type of potential pandemic that's out there over the next.
You mean to say that they can launch a Pro or the bigger model of the coronavirus, like iPhone Plus? So coronavirus Plus can come in after next 2 years.
Yeah. But yeah,
Maybe.
It could be any kind of virus. It could be any kind of virus. It doesn't have to be in the corona class of viruses.
Exactly.
And it could be any class, and it could come anywhere.
Yeah, because
this is something which, as a population, as civilization, has allowed the existence of less than optimal genes in our species population.
Right.
That is a fact.
But
I'm alive because of civilization. I'm diabetic. I've got the wrong genes. If we were living in a jungle, I would be dead.
Yeah, but look at Ebola.
China would not be able to get away with this. So either way, if we zero down the speculations, so only two things could have happened. Either they were doing an experiment and it came out of it because they were doing something else and it went out of hand. One situation, this could be there. And second, how the polio virus came and other virus with SRSS, the entire family which we had before in our history. So either of these situations, China is definitely going to get a punishment. Would not be a right word. War also would not be a right word. But financial sanction on trade and on diplomacy policy is certainly going to happen. And in that scenario, these kind of sanctions, they agree or they do not agree is the second speculations. If they do not agree, then it is very difficult for them to survive and coagulate and do a international cross-border trade for China, I'm talking.
Yeah, and then India will become the world's biggest economy.
The Spanish flu started actually in America, in Kansas, and it killed 50 million people.
That's true. It was monitored.
Okay, and I don't think $1 was paid in compensation to anybody.
Right. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I think I think here's the real problem is that this is the first of potential a lot of different types of viruses out there that get out of control. Remember, we had Ebola, we had SARS, we had MERS. And fortunately, they were out in control. But look, in the next 10 years, Bill Gates even went in and said that this was our biggest problem. And you know what happens now on the internet? They're blaming Bill Gates for creating the coronavirus. I am not kidding. He's getting a lot of hate mail. Bill Gates, you're the ones who really created it because you talked about it 5 years ago.
First off, I think we need to take responsibility in ourselves first and get through it. And if you were aware of the situation and you did not properly or were not properly transparent about the situation back in January and February, then I think you need to be held accountable.
You're also not trained.
Will be held accountable, and I agree with the fact that I think that this was a laboratory experiment that got out of control. It was, they claimed that the disease was found in the Wuhan market. We are aware. It has been admitted many times. And in my own research back in before 1964, the first coronavirus was found in the respiratory systems of chickens. So the coronavirus has been around for a very, very long time. This is not the first time we've ever seen it. And it was by a woman that wasn't taken very serious. But it has been around a very long time, and I think that I think accountability will be made. I don't think it was the people of China. I think it was probably the leaders who were wrong in trying to cover it up. But they had their reasons, just like our leader had their reasons for delaying the shutdown. So I think that there's a lot of accountability, but we have to survive as humans first. Right.
Well, India looks like India will survive, and they're going to come out with a 7% increase in GDP. But the real question is, the United States going to have a negative GDP this year? I mean, this is a real issue here, and they're already balancing. Well, how many people's lives can we lose to balance out our economy, because we
also have a negative quality of life.
There's some very serious issues that we're facing over here, and the other problem is training. Nobody here, I don't remember, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when Russia puts all those missiles in Cuba, I was trained as a young child how to avoid it. You know what they trained us to do? Get underneath the desk and hold your hands like this. So we actually had Cuban Missile Crisis training. So how we could survive a nuclear war, I'm not kidding, is to go underneath the desk, which we all know isn't going to work, but that's what we did. Now, on the pandemic, we received no training whatsoever. In other words, how to wear masks, how to wear gloves, how to socially distance, none at all. And our education system here is purportedly the top in the world, but frankly, here's the reality of our education system. It is 18th, 19th century at best in the United States. Seriously, we do not study medicine here. And you could teach elementary kids about basic medicine. We don't study that. We do not study financial planning. We could train our kids this. There's a lot of practical things that we could train people here in the United States, but they don't even do it. Instead, we teach the same things that were taught in the 18th century: English, math, reading, writing. I mean, we're really
our laws are that old too, Nick.
The laws are that old. So here's what I like about the pandemic. I have to like some things. Number one, pollution is down. Number two, that people can go access the internet, which has more practical education than our school systems. And a lot of the people in the United States have never used Zoom. They haven't used formats like what we're using, StreamYard. And so this is their first time really using this type of system. And I've seen people all over this country use it. And there's more information, if you can find the better information, available on the internet than there is in our bloody school systems. If you want to learn about pandemic, you can go to the internet and you can go find a lot about.
What I want to do though is I want to talk about some business strategies, because on Wednesday we're going to have some people come back and we're going to talk about some re-entry businesses that can get started. Where did Nick go? Businesses that can get started. I hate it when he beams in and out like that. So,
I'm going to take a break. I'll be back.
Okay. All right. So anyway, but what I'd like to do is start taking a look at some of those ways that we can re-engage in business, right? Rebuild the businesses that can rebuild. How do we help those that are struggling? And how do we re-enter into the economics? And again, that's not the most important thing. The first thing we need to do is think about our health, like you were talking about. There's going to be some slow stages. Who's essential? How is your job considered essential? And how do you re-engage into that workplace? And these are some of the conversations or questions that people are asking, but they're not conversations that are being addressed, because if we address these, then we're going to reduce the rates of people becoming infected or reinfected. And there's a current concern in reinfection. And then when somebody brought up, was this a lab experiment that had gone bad? We have to take a look at that, as well as we're now seeing that either people are becoming reinfected or we don't know enough about this disease and it lays dormant in the body and then it comes back again. Because, Rakesh, I think you've been part of the conversations where we've discussed that people have gone home thinking they're recovered and all of a sudden they're sick again. So we need to understand the beast a little bit more, but again, we don't want to go back into the business world and have another pandemic. That's just not something we want.
I have three things which we can add up here. Am I audible properly?
Yes.
First thing, in any economy which is going to come up back in the operations, or if they are going to commence their business back, they need to look at three very basic things. Is how are they going to filter which area, which organization, which building, which office, and which activity. So that clarity need to be there. Without that clarity and without excess of that information or classification system to the masses, the communication, if it is not so clear, then it will create lots of chaos. Second, what kind of inspection system they are going to install to make sure that whichever operation is coming back into commencement or the activity which is going to resume, or the office or the building which are going to open, are not going to bring any spread, any infection, or any man-to-man or people-to-people interface. Third thing is what kind of packs is available, what kind of waivers are available, what kind of exemptions which government have announced for them, and how accessible are they. Are they online available? They need to take a form and they need to fill up. Is there an inspection involved? If they have employees and they cannot pay their salaries, or they cannot pay certain bills, then how government is going to help them out? So these three things, how they're going to decide who will open, who will not open, and how they're going to monitor or keep an eye on them, that they do not become a super fast spreader of the disease. And third, if they have to operate, because whatever operation they will resume into, they will not quickly come back into a profit-making situation. If that agency or if that sector or activity is very important, that's why government must have given approval to reopen. But it will take time for them to come back. They may do some production which may not go in the market, but still, if they are doing some production, then they are doing some good to the economy. So these three things are very important if anyone is doing layer of policy for reopening. Over to you, people.
I agree that we need to do in the inspections. These are things that we need to get documented and listed so that we can share them globally, because again, this is a global situation. I don't want to get it on an airplane until globally we all understand the same rules, right? And we need to do that. We all need to understand the same respect and rules for getting back to work, getting back on a plane so I can come visit Ankit and go visit Rakesh and Mohammed and you. But we can't do that until we all agree. Right. We all have to agree on the same processes. And if somebody overlooks one of those processes, it can be dangerous to the world. We've seen how fast this spreads. And what if the next one is worse? What if the next one is very unforgiving? And again, I think it was a lab experiment gone crazy. I've done a little bit of research, and I speculate some, but my facts show that it could have easily been lab research gone crazy, and they covered it up. Nobody wants to be blamed for something like this, and I think eventually we're going to have to relieve the blame and just try to get back on the horse and see what we can do. And Victor and Ankit, do you want to do the introductions?
So I would like to welcome Victor Chang from US, and he is one of the economists in the US. Victor, would you like to introduce yourself? What do you do? Where are you from, for our viewers around the world?
Sure, yeah. Hi, my name is Victor Chang. I'm an executive coach in the software as a service industry. As sort of a side project, I've taken a long-term historical interest in economic recessions. So I wrote a book called The Recession-Proof Business, sort of summarizing insights from the last 150 worth of recessions. I wrote this in 2009. It's been collecting dust for 10 years, and suddenly it's very relevant again. So I've been sort of talking about that a lot lately. And then that's my day job. And then in the evenings, I volunteer as an emergency worker in some of the counties here in Seattle. Medical training, been following along with a lot of medical protocols, just more out of personal interest, and been volunteering at CoVid19 testing sites and sort of active in the response sort of outside the hospital.
So Seattle, it's kind of cold there. Do you see the myth that they discuss that it's worse in colder weather than it is in warmer weather?
Yeah, I've heard that thought get passed around. I haven't seen any evidence to support that. There are many wishes I wish were true. That's one of them, but I haven't seen any evidence of that so far.
So Victor, I would like to start, because you are doing a lot of things and you might be meeting a lot of people offline or digitally. How you start greeting people nowadays in the US? How do you greet people in the US?
By telephone, right? So I'm older, so this is a telephone for me. And I was taught that this is how we hold phones now. So this is the way I greet people.
This has been our common practice, right?
There you go. Right.
Practice, but
I tried the elbow bump, but I'm not.
We are trying the Indian way where we do namaste like this.
Got it.
This is kind of a respect, and that is what we are trying to understand the whole world. That this would be the. I think Abhijit would try to help us out, making it like a yoga day, maybe a namaste day for the world to greet everyone like this. And we have different poses of namaste doing in India in different parts of our culture, and that's how we greet everyone, be it our elderly or be it a younger person.
Oh, and these things are obsolete now, right? We're not going to exchange anything that it can be contaminated unless it has like maybe some gel that goes with it so that you can wash your hands with it, right? But no, we can't do that. I'm going to change my book cover to Namaste. My next book is going to be that. It's not going to be the handshake anymore. It's going to be Namaste. Because yes,
when I was, I was so deciding to start up into my current industry, which is education. One of the things I looked up was what kind of industry is recession-proof. And they said, and one of the top industries happened to be education, which is why I decided to go into education. So I don't think your book was all that dusty.
Fair enough.
Pharma and healthcare industry is a recession-free industry.
Yes, that's true. It's another one. It was another one mentioned.
It grows by minute, by second, by hour, by day, every day. Because the moment we face depression, tension, so means there is a creation of another type of market, another type of segments as well. So pharma is a overgreen market, and there is slack-free market, slack-free industry as such.
But at this stage of time, Mohammed, after the loss we are going to make because of COVID-19 impact, everyone is going to give that responsibility to pharma agency to make sure we do not land up into such situation again. How this industry is going to respond to that challenge?
I just see, before talking to you, I was thinking something different. And that point is, see, government is helping every sectors right now. So I was thinking that one industry, which is the pharma and healthcare industry, is growing. So right now they started exporting also. Manufacturing is already in operation. So why can't a pharmaceutical industry can support another industry as well? Because see, right now I'm talking about the UAE or any country of the world, even in India. The salaries just cut from 100% to 50%. Now the employer will pay only 50% salary. Hopefully by the next month they can't pay that because they are not earning. So this industry, pharma industry and healthcare industry, has started earning right now. So they should come forward to help the another industry and is in need of the hour. It's my view. So I am also a businessman. I am paying my employee the full salary, and I'm committed from day one that I have to pay by anyhow. So the way we think, we will plan, we have to help each other. Actually, it's a time of to unite each other, to help each other, and to save the country and to the nation and the humanity as well.
From salaries point of view, absolutely right, and it's good to hear that your employees are getting salary. But a virus which came in, and is there a way that we can detect that such things does not happen again? That's what my question is. We will be able to make sure that our future is safe. We are not going to step into a lockdown situation like this, or the fear of getting such virus like SARS or polio or corona is going to remain with us. Is this virus is going to haunt us for another few years? Even after vaccines, we will be haunted by the new virus or something new which can be out of the blue, can appear from somewhere. That was my question. I think anybody can answer it.
Yeah,
necessity is the mother of invention. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I defer to you.
Go ahead.
Mohammed.
Go ahead, Ricky.
Necessity is the mother of invention. So every time the new bacteria, new viruses are coming up, but we are fighting with them. We are innovating the antivirus. We are innovating the antibiotic. So there is no way out we can save the world. So viruses and bacteria will they come they will start coming over and again. They will try to destroy us, and we will try to develop something else, antivirus, antibody, or whatever vaccine to save the humanity. And it is a going process. We cannot stop the virus or bacteria.
Right, but it means
the,
in that side of direction, there is no dead end or there is no certainty that it would not happen again. It may happen again. This is what you are saying, and technically, it is not possible. If I look at the time of and the period which we take to commission a drug as a vaccine for a virus, I think I'm hearing a speculation between 18 months to 5 years. So one vaccine is
Today there is a news that by September UK is coming up with the vaccine for the COVID-19. So one of my younger brother is there. He is leading the clinical trial in United Kingdom, and I just tried to confirm what is this. Is this the correct news or something the fake news? So he said, I will just verify and let you know by tomorrow. But
no, I'm
see,
not saying that there might not be an innovation. There could be an innovation, but that medicine, that vaccine has to be tested for more than 18 months and less than 5 years. This is what an average commissioning time period is. So 18 months to 5 years is a very difficult time. It doesn't sound like if a new virus came up, then again for 18 months, entire globe will be locked like this.
Yeah, Dr. Philip is the most important person out here. I think he can reply very well. There is a preclinical time period, and the phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 safety and efficacy of the vaccine. I think Dr. Philip Lu, you can
I know, but I want to hear what
guide us
Rakesh
very
has
well.
to say before Dr. Yu gets on. Rakesh, go ahead and say what you have to say.
My point is this, that if you notice, the virus is a zoonotic virus. It moved from an animal to us. As long as we have this interface between when we destroy the environment of animals and we keep, butting into their living, their zoosphere, we're going to increase our risk of these kind of zoonotic viruses. We need to respect the planet. We need to control our own growth. We need to reduce the population in such a way that we have space for other species to live and reduce our own risk. The two things that are happening at the same time, we have an expanding population, which means an expression of recessive genes, and at the same time, you have an exposure to more and more of these zoonotic viruses. So when you have that, it's a recipe for elimination of the species.
No, you're right. That's a point to be had. I also agree that I think we're years away from any confirmation of any kind of vaccine, and we just have to learn how to live with what we have, and respect what we're dealing with, as opposed to attacking each other. And we have to globally come together on this. This is been around since 1960. I've been reading the documents on corona when it was actually first found. They hand drew the cells back then, and it was a woman who was not even graduated from any university. She had got into science because she could not afford to go to school. She needed to get a job to help feed her family, and she went to work for the laboratories. But she was the one who also changed the way microscopes worked, and also introducing in bodies from us so that you could identify viruses. So very smart woman who started coming forward about the coronavirus strains, but people didn't take her serious. And, so we have to take a look at this. They said the reason why we are going to be so far behind on the vaccine is we're still working on some of those first theories, we're actually starting to go back and go, oh, okay, we acknowledge this now. So, but we got to kind of take a look at what we're dealing with now. And it's kind of hard to, because we don't know if it was manipulated, man-made, or if it was, it or originated from its own mutation. We have theories, but we still have yet to found ground zero. And until you find the real ground zero, whether it's bats, which they kept screaming it's bats, we know that it's transferring from human to animals and animals to humans. We still don't have that ground zero. The only ground zero I can find is the first coronavirus that was identified in a young boy back in 1964. He had pneumonia-like symptoms, and this woman identified them as a corona virus, probably the first identifiable one. Prior to that, she had recognized it looking very similar to two other viruses that she had discovered in the lungs of chickens and in some livers. So, I think we have to take a look at some of these baseline studies and understand the beast we're dealing with and how it mutated. But I agree. I think a lot of businesses will evolve out of this. I think a lot of fake businesses will evolve out of this. And we need to be very careful about giving false illusions. I think testing provides way too much false illusions right now. I think if we rely too much on we need testing to isolate and identify, but I don't think we test to be able to go to work every day, because I think we're going to have false illusions of being well, when in fact you can be contagious for 10 days before you're even identified as having a virus. I think building immunities should be a new business. I think we need to get apps to build a new immunity systems, right? I think that's what we need to be testing. We need to become a stronger nation, a stronger humans. Our bodies need to become healthier, and we can do that. We can do that. And we don't need to go back and be lazy when this is over. And I think a lot of people, that's what's going to happen. Dr. Galati predicts that when he came on our show. He goes, Kim, all of this is great, but we're all going to go back to our old ways. So what we need to do is not just establish it, but enforce it. It has to be enforced. You can't make a policy and not have an enforcement to go with the policy. Abhijit, you're talking about the three main things that we need to do. We need to enforce them. They can't just come with a written policy. There has to be a means of enforcement behind them. And I learned this in studying some of the laws that we have in the United States. We make a lot of laws, but unless you write any policies to enforce them, they're worthless. We can do everything we can, but they become worthless. But we have to enforce them on a global. This cannot, anything we do has to be on a global basis now. And welcome, Dr. Yu, as well.
Mm-hmm.
Look at you. Thank you for your blessing. We also have Victor here who volunteers. And Victor, before, I want to talk about this. You're volunteering with the emergency teams right now. So explain to me what's going on the front line there. That's pretty scary.
Yeah, there's, I think, been, at least in our community around Seattle, a clear need for more support in the response. And so I've done a couple different roles. One was there's a shortage of PPE. So we've been setting up collection stations for donations from the community. That was one effort a few weeks ago. More recent.
Time out. What kind of PPE do you need?
What are being requested are masks and face shields are probably the two most common. That I would say more the medical practitioners outside the hospitals, right? Those in clinics, those general practitioners, family doctors, they've not been able to buy any because they're being bought by everybody else. And so we've been collecting donations. There's also been a bigger effort to do more testing. And so we had federal funding for about a week to do a drive-through testing station. And so we ran that for 2 weeks. More recently, food banks have become an issue. A lot of the volunteers in, say, the Salvation Army historically are people who are now in high-risk categories. So we have a high demand for food, and then the volunteers to process the food are all staying at home. So some of us have been able to request to help support the warehouse operations for that.
What about setting up, so because it's springtime right now, setting up some local gardens, right? Getting people more community oriented to grow their own local gardens, which is more healthier for your immune system to begin with, because you're eating from your local environment. It would establish the bees, which has become a big issue all over the United States anyway. So is there any thought in that?
Not at the community level, in terms of anything organized. I do see data that's very sort of anecdotal. There's a back to basics theme, certainly here in the US and certainly in Seattle. I have 19 varieties of seeds in my kitchen over there. And my kids and I were just like, well, food is scarce. Let's plant our own. We have dirt, right? We got dirt in the back. Might as well go back to basics. So
and you can go to hydroponics too, and they got these really cool, really cool bottles. They've been recycling like plastic bottles and turning them into a hydroponic pond to grow all kinds of vegetables. And people are getting creative. But you know, growing your own garden can be a lot of fun. And getting the sunshine, if you get outside, get the sunshine, which we promote on this show, is to get out and get as much absorbed sunshine as you can. So, you know, I think the communities need to start doing that again, getting back to the community garden to supply food. You know, so many people are complaining about not having jobs, but you just said that there's plenty of jobs for EMTs right now, right?
Yeah. I mean, the healthcare sector, a lot of essential industries. There's demand.
You don't have to be educated as an EMT to volunteer and work, do you?
I'm sorry, say again?
You don't have to be educated as an EMT or a medical professional to go out and do these jobs either, right?
Yeah, there's different tiers, right? So some of the volunteer work, it doesn't require a lot of training. I have maybe 100 hours of medical training. EMTs probably have several hundred hours, paramedics 2,000 hours, nurses, doctors, it just sort of keeps going up. So there's a tier pretty much for every level of skill to get involved.
I think that's awesome that that you're able to do that. What is the biggest concern in your community?
Yeah, I think right now we're actually in pretty good shape. You know, I think we here in the Seattle area, we kind of got our first big cluster in the nation, first community transmission. I think there was a very strong leadership reaction in a good way of taking it very seriously very early. So I've been, you know, we've all been sort of preparing for the worst. And with the strong early interventions, you know, the number of cases, number of deaths have been much milder than we had feared. And so I think right now we're, at least people I talk to are quite grateful that, you know, our biggest risk, not our biggest risk, but people I think are more worried about being bored to death than dying from the virus, right? Which is all else considered probably a pretty good thing.
Boredom is dangerous.
Yes, right. Of the two, I'd rather take boredom any day. So I think we're finding more, I think, focusing on like, how do we get out of this and when and how and the timetable. I think that's been a bigger concern. I think we have a sense of we got to handle, you know, contain in quotes of the virus to at least a manageable level. I think there's some apprehension of moving too fast. But also there's quite a lot of unemployment, quite a lot of restaurants, for example, they're all shut down, quite a lot of concern around livelihoods. So I think that's the tricky balancing act is where most people are paying attention to right now.
Victor, what type of drive-through testing? Is it the finger prick, the antibody blood test, or the nasal swab?
Well, week one, we were doing the nasal swab. That was what we were doing the first few weeks. And I know they are doing some assessments of I think the Abbott Labs one. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Machine?
The machine one. So, yeah, they're trying to, I think, switch over to that. I don't know if they passed sort of the internal assessment.
So they're not planning to use the fingerprint antibody test?
Not yet. Right. Yeah, we really need that. We really need the serology.
That seems the most practical because you can do it at home, just like a pregnancy test, cholesterol, or blood sugar test, and it's 10 minutes. So only 1% of Americans have been tested. So what are we waiting for? That's how they flattened the curve in Korea. They had the drive-through testing everywhere, and they still test you. I heard from my relatives, like when you drive to another town, you know, there's like a testing station, and you know, depending on your results, they let you in the town or not. So, you know,
lot of
we
sense.
got to get that going here.
I
Yeah.
think there's going to be border testing everywhere. I think border testing is going to occur in.
How long does the nasal swab results take? Do you know?
The federal government was contracting through one of the large labs, and so they were doing a 5-day turnaround, which is not.
Yeah,
really
that's
enough.
too much, because by the time you get it, then yeah, exactly, you've infected more people if you're a carrier. And I heard a lot of times they're having a hard time getting the test results back. So yeah, we need a rapid test system. Yeah.
We've got rapid tests that you can do from home, but they're not generating them or distributing them in the U.S. right now.
I mean, so what the FDA did is they had rapid, not approval, allowance of these rapid tests. You know, most of them are made in China, so they allowed clinics to order them and give the test in the clinic. But now they're saying, oh, CDC saying, oh, they don't really support the tests. So now they're kind of, you know, blocking them from being imported. And you can't just say it's allowed and private clinics order them and now they're banning them. You can't do that, you know. I mean, they have to, once you have a standard, you have to follow that, because at the end of the day, if you're not allowing private clinics to perform the tests, you know, it's not scalable. Right. But actually, President Trump is supporting the rapid test kits, and I think that's why he cut funding from WHO, who's saying, "Oh no, you know, we don't really like those kits," so they're preventing a lot of people to get the testing they need to decide if it's safe for go to work or not. And we were mentioning earlier is, is there going to be new viruses in the future? Probably. But we can't stay in our caves the rest of our lives. So, you know, it's over and over again. We're going to beat the dead horse. The best way to prevent and protect yourself is stay healthy, healthy immune system, proper diet. But like we all agree, people are going to go back in their old unhealthy lifestyle. They're going to start smoking, eat too much sugar, GMO processed foods, but that's people's choices, right? We can't help that.
Yeah, but you can enforce healthier lifestyles.
Well, no, the enforcement comes with what are we allowing these food companies to market, right? You know, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, the food industry, you know, pushing processed carbohydrates. Yeah, exactly. And we have to regulate the drug companies. In the U.S. is the only country where there's no limit on the price of drugs. So if it costs you 10 cents to make, they could charge $10,000. And so that's bankrupting the economy. So, and yeah, even if we do make a vaccine, which Abe said earlier, yeah, it takes 18 months to develop. By that time, the virus already mutated. That vaccine is used, and vaccine in itself is controversial because there's aluminum in there, there's mercury, there's lead, there's aborted fetus parts to make it more compatible to the human. So, you know, and all the potential side effects. You mentioned the polio vaccine in India. I think it really made a lot of harmful side effects. A lot of children, and a lot of children died. Right? Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah. So we can't just let the policymakers say, "Oh, everyone in the whole world needs this coronavirus 19 vaccine," and you're going to get all these, you know, detrimental side effects, deaths. So yeah, but they're not talking about, as we are, natural health immunity. And guess what? If you say things like vitamin D, vitamin C can boost your immune system, they'll shut you down on Google.
Oh, I know.
Even Dr. Oz, he was mentioning how, yeah, you know, hydrochloroquine, you know, all these other substances may help. And then he's being criticized, you know, for trying to educate Americans on alternatives. And he's not just talking about natural things, because hydrochloroquine is a drug, but that's for like severe cases. And like Tom Brady, the football player, he's saying, yes, there's supplements that may boost your immune. He's being criticized. Oh, we need clinical trials that these substances like vitamin C can boost your immune system. It's ridiculous, you know. So overregulation in a false way could be a problem as well. And that's what I'm concerned about. Mandated vaccination programs, it's very dangerous.
I think there's going to be a balance, and I think it's going to break down to a person's, not just their DNA, but also just everything built inside of each human individually. Because just like we find out with cancers, everybody has, there's cancers of all different kinds out there. We don't know why some people get cancers. We like to speculate, oh, it was 5G that caused everybody to get sick. Oh, it's the microwave causing you to, or radiation. I fear radiation. I have to have an MRI done, full spinal, every year. And then I have to have CAT scans and various other things to monitor my symptoms. And I'm fearful of all of the radiation. They come in clothed, they go behind a wall every single time. How many times can I go through this before one day they come to me and they go, Kim, we're sorry, but and I try not to think about that. I try to think about today. I have this opportunity and I'm going to move forward. But there's so many things that can cause us to become sick. And I think what we're going to have to do is break it down individually. I think.
Well, a lot of people blame their genetics. Rakesh mentioned, oh, I had the diabetes gene, but honestly, I think it's a cop-out. I think 99% of diseases are epigenetic, which means your lifestyle triggered. You may have a propensity to diabetes, but it doesn't mean you can't control it through diet, exercise, nutrition, not just taking metformin or insulin and then eating all the sugar you want, right? Ketogenic diet, intermittent fasting, healthy fats, balance out your hormones, eating like our ancestors did. We were hunter-gatherers. We were farmers. We didn't eat all the time. Sometimes we would fast for days, and then you kill a deer or a saber-toothed tiger. You eat the omega-3 fats because that tiger or that antelope ate grass-fed, organic vegetation. They didn't eat grains, which makes omega-6 fats. They would eat some berries, some fruits, blueberries, raspberries. It has resveratrol in it. Some nuts. A lot of plants. The problem with plants is if you don't eat the right one, plants have a lot of oils, a lot of defense mechanisms to prevent them from being eaten. So a lot of plants can cause a lot of autoimmune disease, indigestion. So just 100% plant diet is not always the solution. You have to have a balance. It depends on your blood type. Research has shown type O blood type has a lower chance from getting the coronavirus. Type B has a higher chance. You got to eat according to your blood type. Type O does better on grass-fed meats, fats. Type B does better on a vegetation diet. In Italy, they have a gene SNP that makes them more susceptible to one of the 3 strains of the virus. That's why Italy had a high infection rate. So yeah, there are a lot of epigenetic factors. So the bottom line is we don't know what causes. It may be the bat. It may be that military project in North Carolina that leaked out of Wuhan. Maybe it's conspiracy. Maybe it's not by China or who cares? We cannot control that. What we can control is what you put in your mouth. What you can control is what you say, freedom of speech. And we should not be censored by saying that vitamin D from the sun can enhance your immune system. Linus Pauling, 2-time Nobel Prize winner, said, yes, vitamin C can boost your interferon and prevent and treat colds, right? So you can control what you put in your mouth and what you say out of your mouth, and then you could change the world. But you're not going to change the world by just reading the news and oversensitizing it. It starts with us individually. Yeah.
So, Dr. Yu, I think, go ahead.
Dr. Lu, I have a question is this, that it has been said multiple times after Corona thing that until and unless human would stop eating meat, if there would be meat eating pattern into our food, then there would be certain very small percentage of getting exposed to viruses which were not our virus, which were from the animal virus. So this is not from you only, it is from the panel. So is it true?
I think it's a cop-out because again, the first humans were hunter-gatherers. You know, we are designed to digest animal protein. Now, I'm not saying that if you're a vegetarian that's wrong. I'm saying it has to be a balance. And Dr. Gundry, he proved that certain vegetables have called lectins, which is very bad for your gut health. All right. So it's a balance of what your blood type is. If you're AB, yes, you will do good on a vegetarian diet. And if you're O, you will thrive on a meat-based diet. All right. So it depends on what your ancestors were from. Were they hunter-gatherers? Were they farmers? Right? Were they a combination? So I think ancestral living has to take place. We have to walk barefoot on the ground to get those negative electrons from the positive electromagnetic field from the earth. And you cannot have inflammation when you have more positive electrons in your body. But we wear rubber shoes. We're in our homes all day. We're blocking our bodies from grounding ourselves, right, to release the free radicals, right? We ground our appliances. Why are you not grounding yourself? I have a grounding. Yeah, right. I have a grounding mat in my bed, and I plug it into the ground in the socket, and so my body is grounded in my sleep. So I'm absorbing negative electrons because all your cells, your stem cells, is a capacitor. And when you have too many free radicals, positive electrons, that causes inflammation and disease. So healing is voltage. And we got to get back to the earth's, be in tune with what's called the Schumann resonance, which is 7.83 hertz. That's what the body, your cells resonate at.
I think Rakesh also has an opinion about this. I think we can, if it is possible, we can take it.
Right. Also, I have an input on this, more scientific, based on, we're born with teeth, right? And I've always learned, you know, back in the dinosaur days, the teeth were designed, whether they were meat eaters or whether they were vegetarian eaters. So again, I think we were brought on this earth as hunter-gatherers. We have teeth for a reason. And I think there's a balance, right? There's a fine balance in how much proteins your bodies get. Because I feel it. I feel it based on the foods I eat. If I don't eat properly, my body is impacted every day. If I don't exercise, if I don't get out in the sun, see, we were designed to be outside, not inside, but we are cave dwellers, right?
We're cave dwellers again because we're all quarantined. So
right, we're cave dwellers naturally, right? But naturally, you know, to get out of the weather, and then you know, again, fire came into our lives, and so then we started to find things that made our lives more comfortable, more convenient, but we are the type of beings on Earth that do that. But again, I believe that there's a balance. If I look at, are we meant to eat meat? I always look at the fact we were born with teeth, and you know, so I think.
Well, that being said, so I was talking to a dentist, and he said a lot of people have sleep apnea because their airway is very thin, and they got a lot of crooked teeth. So what happens is, if you don't eat solid foods when you're young, you know, mastication, your jaw muscles, your jaw bones don't develop properly. And what happens is we get these smaller mouth cavities, and we get an overbite. So your jaw doesn't develop, and your airway space is thinner. And that's why a lot of people have trouble sleeping. You don't get nitric oxide, right? So, you know, nitric oxide is, you know, it's antiviral, it's healthy for your brain, you know, it stimulates your stem cells, it, you know, regenerates, helps regenerate a lot of tissue and cells.
That also adds up to what Kim said, I agree. I am myself is a very, very good non-vegetarian guy. But whatever portion of mutton or whatever portion of meat which we eat nowadays, the majority of that is produced by us only. So we are not eating wild animals. We are not going hunting and eating them. So if we stop,
Yeah.
which I have asked is not that whether human used to eat meat or not. It is very well accepted that we used to eat meat. But even if there is a 10% chance which is going to come up and a threat on our existence, on our extinction, then at this stage of time, instead of thinking from teeth, why don't we think from the mind that we should drop it here, even if it is exposing us from 10%. And however, the produce which we are talking about, that there is a balance in the nature. And if we would not eat mutton or if we would not eat cattle or poultry, then where would we go? So that's why I quoted that most of the mutton, poultry, and even seafood and sweet water fish which we are eating is produced by us into a farming culture, into horticulture or fishery. It is not natural.
Exactly. There's a lot of frankenfoods out there. McDonald's, they own their own chicken farms because my brother was he worked for McDonald's 10 years as an executive. And there's the chickens are not raised, they're not free range. They're all cramped up, in a warehouse, and it's unhealthy.
Yeah.
And so that way the meat is more tender, right? Yeah, and then they feed them antibiotics and grain, which makes omega-6 fat. So it's very unhealthy. Cattle, beef, that it's raised with antibiotic injections. They give them hormones to make them bigger so they get more meat. The cows are also eating grain, which they're not designed to do. So yes, I agree. If you eat meat from the food industry raised in artificial farms with inhumane or animal-made conditions where they're stressed, it's going to make the meat more acidic, and it's not healthy for you. Raised with antibiotics, eating grain, we're going to eat those poisons, omega-6 fats. We're going to eat those hormones in the beef, in the chickens. There were like 10-year-old girls in, I think, Cuba, and they were eating chicken raised by antibiotic farms, and they were developing breast tissue prematurely because the hormones in the chickens were making them express hormones.
Duh.
So yes, if you do eat meat, it should be like eggs, free range, organic, eggs, organic raised chickens, free range, grass-fed beef. And the grass obviously raised organic without GMOs. It's more expensive, but because it is not as available, you will tend to eat less. And we're not designed to eat meat every day because it takes days to hunt down a cattle or the deer. You kill it, you gorge yourself, you don't eat for a week. So we need to get back to our ancestral living. And yes, hunting is exercise, but we're in our homes all day. You got to take 5,000 steps a day. So kill what you eat, drag it back to the cave and earn it, and not just go to McDonald's and eat those frankenfoods.
We are not running behind the ship. We are not running behind the deer. We are not doing hunting. Only thing which we are doing is we are sitting in the home on the bed, and chicken which is born into a cage, died into a cage, is coming and we are eating them. So the practice and exercise which were there when we actually started eating animals is missing from the ecosystem. If we do not, if we do not eat, we would not produce, and if we would not produce, then obviously all this shit is not going to get inside our body. I'm just speculating because other day when we were discussing that lots of research and development and lots of science has gone into one direction, that how man and people and human existence came into life. But we are doing very little research on the other side, that how we all are going to die. Maybe dinosaurs, they did not did the research that how we are going to die. But being human, being more smart species, we can at least do the research that how we are going to die. And in that research, if I look at the eating meat, it is at least exposing us to 20 to 30% of the viruses, which will not get inside human race or human body if we will stop it there only. So as an habit, I'm not the expert from the pharmaceutical I'm not a doctor even, that if minimalizing the speculation around it, if we drop eating mutton or if we drop eating meat at all, we completely move to grain and vegetables, is it difficult for us to live, or it is very necessary to go and
Well,
expose
it's like, well, this it happens to be this virus supposedly came from a bat, so we got to tell Ozzy Osbourne to stop chewing bats. Okay, bat is a delicacy in China, and I guess they stopped eating it. That's one step, right? But the bottom line is, chicken, beef. It's going to be very hard. Tell America not to eat their meat and potatoes, right? It's going to be very hard for a family on a budget not to go to the fast food drive-thru at McDonald's because they can't afford to, buy organic foods at Whole Foods and cook it, But yes, we need a new paradigm to get back in the basics of ancestral living. Be outside more, right? Exercise more outside, not being inside on your screen all day. That blue light is very harmful, to your eyes and your body and your skin. We need natural light outside. So yeah, there are consequences to us being the supposedly supreme race, because if we don't respect the environment, like you said, there's going to be consequences. So I wouldn't really stress about, are we going to be extinct as a human species? Like the dinosaurs used to be the dominant species, but they disappeared. Maybe it was an asteroid and it caused the atmosphere to block out the sun, and they died because there was an ice age. Who knows, the atmosphere changed, but all we could do is control ourselves, right? Yeah, that's my whole point. You live healthy, you educate other people on ancestral healthy living. I like to do what's called Spartan races. You race outside, and you just learn to live off your resources, right? You're running in the woods, in the mountains, you're drinking water, you're eating healthy, and you train for these obstacle course races outside, and you just get back in tune with nature. And I'm going to make my children do those races because they're on the computer all day, right? We got to get our kids back in the outside, which is hard in this corona environment because everyone's locked down, but you could sneak out and walk in your yard, walk in your backyard. I think keeping everyone cooped up is a mistake. We should be able to get outside at least partial time of the day to get at least your 20 minutes of vitamin D from the sun and be grounded on the ground in bare feet, instead of letting the negative electromagnetic fields, take over your health. And that is another consideration of 5G. It'll be interesting on the detrimental effects that those harmful electromagnetic fields have on your brain, on your body, on your genes. So it's definitely going to put stress on your immune system, making you more susceptible to these viruses. So I think there should be more safety studies before 5G is really released on a mass scale. Yeah. So yeah, I wouldn't really worry about, are we going to cause ourselves to be extinct? Should we all not eat meat because, maybe we're going to get this zoonogenic, infection? Maybe you will, maybe you won't, but why do you drive a car? You have more chance of getting hit by a car and die than getting one of these zoonogenic viruses. Mm-hmm. And you can argue that driving a car is protracted suicide, but we have to get to point A to point B, right? Yeah, so you can't, there's no risk-free lifestyle. You can only mitigate it, all right? And the best way to mitigate getting a viral infection is boosting your immune system and not waiting for these vaccines, which I think is going to cause more detrimental side effects than the benefits. So
I think Nicholas would be able to add up more to this, because I'm more concerned about anything which is going to become a threat for the existence of mankind. 1 or 2 people die, or 1,000 of people die into car accidents and various other ways to die. But Corona is something, or something which is going to come up, is something which may be an existence threat to all of us. If we were not that equipped from our mind to handle this virus, we would have gone 100% spread and 100% infection. In that case, the large number of population would have swept out. Over to you, Nicholas.
Well, there's only, remember, more people die of the influenza virus still than Corona. And we've all been infected, but there's a new strain every year, right? But guess what? Your body develops the antibodies and immunity. So the coronavirus is just going to be another family of viruses that we'll be exposed to, and then you'll develop the antibodies. And just like the influenza flu virus, yes, some will die along the way. And it's usually the elderly, and they have another disease that makes them more susceptible. We can't prevent that, you know. You can't tell everyone to stay in their caves. Look what happened to the Neanderthals. They had rickets because they were in their caves. That's a vitamin D deficiency. That means they weren't in the sun. So being in the cave all day is unhealthy, you know. So you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I mean, if you drink Coca-Cola, you're going to die of diabetes. If you drink Diet Coca-Cola, you die of cancer from the saccharin. So I'd rather go outside and be exposed. I believe I'm healthy enough to develop the antibodies. My age group, 50 years old, I have a 5% chance of getting it. And even if I do, I'll probably develop the antibodies. So if you're 80, you have a more than 10% chance of getting it and dying. Those people should be tested. And if they're positive, they should self-quarantine at home. If you're young and healthy and you test positive for IgG and IgM antibodies, that means you have the virus. But if you don't have the symptoms, guess what? You could probably go out in the public and work. So I think the testing, needs to be done. Decide who can go to work and who doesn't. Yeah.
At this stage of time, after this impact, very crucial impact of COVID-19, don't you think that we need to zero down all this speculation together, that these are the particular things which may be a threat to entire mankind? And if we are not doing enough research, and if we are not doing enough study on that direction, and much more of the time is going wasted into that kind of development, which has not helped any of the countries at this stage of time. So the direction of R&D is not questioned at after COVID-19. I think it's highly questioned at this stage of time.
I don't know.
I said, all the big pharmaceutical companies, the WHO, the CDD, they're not talking about ancestral living. You know, I've never heard out of their mouths organic, sunshine, vitamin A, B, C, D, E, okay. What I do hear is develop this vaccine, remdesivir, 5G technology, you know? So the powers that be, I ain't talking about it.
What I hear is who paid them, and who pays them is how they speak.
There you go.
The U.S. paid who $340 million, and then the president fires them because they didn't say what he wanted them to say. So
there you go. Yeah.
The international language.
So no, but Nick, do you have an answer to that?
Well, what he's saying is absolutely true, and that's the sad part, is because the thing is,
like I said, the answer is
don't do it.
If it's not profitable to the powers to be,
forget
the
it.
Food industry,
yeah, of course.
right?
I mean, the
pharmaceutical company, and we're beating a dead horse, but it's true.
It's true.
You know?
It's
I mean, if they are doing this vaccine for the goodness of mankind, why aren't they talking about preventative measures?
Like I live in the
we
world.
don't want to have to give you this vaccine if your immune system is strong.
Yeah.
But they don't study the human body in its healthy state. They study in the disease state.
Right,
okay.
but also in the rural south, south.
It's going to be a grassroots approach, and it's up to IBM TV and other unbiased stations to get the unbiased news out to the world.
Today, I hate to say it,
because a lot of people don't even know how to maintain a baseline health. Now you mentioned, should we eat plants and grains? Some plants, yes, if they don't have lectins.
Sure.
But grains, I'm sorry, but we are not designed to digest grains because it causes leaky gut syndrome, small intestine bacterial overgrowth. You don't want your guts leaking. Yeah, exactly, causing inflammation.
I get real bloaty when I eat a lot of grainy stuff, but yeah.
But
so the only real safe grains are like I guess sourdough bread it's made with a bacteria that's very healthy for your gut. Gluten free. See, the Egyptians are the ones that mass produce grain to feed the millions of slaves and citizens. But guess what? They did autopsies on King Tut, and he died of heart disease, which is unheard of in a 17-year-old. So the advent of grains was when heart disease started, if you do with all the epidemiological studies. And we've been lied to saying that, yes, whole grains are healthy for your health, when it's the exact opposite of what you need. So just because you're vegetarian, it's not an excuse to eat chocolate cakes, wheat products, snacks. You have to eat very wisely. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, here's the problem. Okay, we're not educated in that whole area you just described. What is the biggest epidemic in the United States? It's obesity, right, Dr. Yu? 40% of our Americans are overweight or they're morbidly obese. And if you ever come to the rural South, because you're like in California, that left coast, if you ever come to the rural South, you will see evidence of this obesity that exists. So everything that you said about eating healthy, good nutrition, nobody's listening to you, at least in the South. In the neighborhood I live in, all they have is fried food. How good is fried food for you? You get fried Twinkies, you get fried shrimp, you get fried chicken. As a matter of fact, that's all it is fried food. The courses in nutrition and healthy living aren't offered in our high schools. I haven't seen one of them. When you go to high school, did you take a nutrition and healthy living course? No, they're not even taught. So what happens is you're really preaching against the choir when you say live healthy, build your immune system, and you'll be more resistant. But that's not what's going on here. People here are morbidly obese. We eat unhealthy foods, and then we get sick. And then we die because we're going like, the coronavirus. Because the personal responsibility of your own health is not taught anywhere that I know of in the United States of America. Personal responsibility for your own health, eating well, not taught. Okay. As a matter of fact, if you tell somebody that, they'll be offended. How dare
school, maybe you get one class in nutrition, right? So I visited one of my patients who had a stroke at St. Joe's Hospital here in California. It's one of the big, community hospitals. And the patient, I recommended to take some vitamin Bs. And when the patient's wife tried to give her husband the vitamins, the nurse said, you can't give that here. So if it's not a drug, you can't have it. And then I was looking at his lunch. It's like a TV dinner. It's like, it's not about health. It's not healthcare. It's sick care. And this is the very hospital that they're not providing their frontline nurses with masks and shields. So,
wait a minute, time out. I keep, every time I bring this up, people tell me, that's just made up. People don't know what they're talking about. They've got plenty of resources, and that's not true. That is not true. And we just heard it from Victor earlier that they don't have all the resources they need. So we're getting from frontline people, the real voices, that the resources are not there. The politicians are just making up stuff to make themselves look good. And, in business, as responsible business people, because we're all entrepreneurs, we need to take ownership at this point, and we need to move forward, make the policies that need to happen, make sure that we enforce them and follow them for quality of life, for the protection of the people that are going to re-enter into the workplace, because we got to go back to sustainability. We got to go back to where we can eat again. I also think we need to help encourage people to have community gardens. I mean, you can grow gardens out of water bottles. You can grow gardens out of pots on the patio. There's all different ways to be creative and grow a plant and grow your own food. And again, I'm the one with the brown thumb or black thumb. Nothing ever grows with me perfect, but over the years, I've established that I can grow some tomatoes, peppers, squash, zucchini, eggplant. But I think we need to get back to community lifestyles, and that's small businesses. Am I missing a point here? And that will help us build our immunity, right? So if we get back to our community, and that's right, and we globally grow it, then the small businesses can grow again. They can prosper, and that's what we need. We need those small businesses prospering again. What are your thoughts, Nick? Nick, what are your thoughts?
Well, I gotta go, and I'll see you guys Wednesday then. Okay.
Oh, yeah, we'll see you
later, Gator.
Okay,
thanks for showing up. Bye. Later, Gator.
Yeah, the thing is, see, I think he's Dr. Yu is preaching to the choir, but here's the realities, and this is something that we do not want to address. We're not addressing here. Is the obesity rate in the United States is 40%. Probably more people will die of obesity here in this country than they will of coronavirus. It's a big problem, and a big problem, I guess you could look at it that way.
I'm going to get on the bandwagon here. So this is that's a disease that is brought on.
Yeah, but the thing is, like if you went down the streets here, okay, the best restaurant you don't have them there is called a Cracker Barrel. I mean, I'm just letting you know. And
everything. Thank God you don't have them. Thank God you don't have that.
Everything is fried food. I mean, fried food is number one. Fattening food. Okay, bad food. Dr. Yu would go crazy if he ever lived in the rural South, because remember, the United States is huge, and we have different sectors, and some of them have nothing to do with the other sector. And one is the southern part of the United States, where I happened to grow up, so I got to know it quite well. But I actually worked around the whole country, so I got to know the rest of the country. But a lot of the people here, they don't leave their own little, at least in the South, their own little place in the South. And so everything is the same, and everybody goes, well, this is what everybody does, is eat fast food, junk food, live unhealthy lifestyles. Well, what's the problem? Well, when a virus like coronavirus comes, it augments the problem. It shows, okay, this is the problem. The problem is that you don't have a good immune system. You're going to break down real quickly and you'll die. And that's what we're seeing here in this country. And also what is really interesting to see is how India is able to prevent this, because you have more people than we do, 1,300,000,000. We have 300 million, and you're congested. You're all together. We have 300 million people. We can't control jack. And, I mean, it's like
they respect each other. They're very respectful.
Yeah, that's true.
When you say, what are you going to do, AC? I'm going to go visit India for a while. And
no, you won't, because they closed the borders. You can't go over.
Yeah, they're not going to let me in. It's my fault, because I'm an American. I keep saying, don't let Americans in.
Yeah.
But I want to ask a question. We're talking about building immunities and things like that. And I know we're all back home now, and hopefully we're establishing new good habits. Sleep deprivation is a problem in probably the world. I don't think we get enough sleep. Mohammed keeps talking about how we need to have more sleep and rest, at least 8 hours a day. But I found that when I don't exercise, I don't sleep well, right? I'm not getting that movement that we were born to do every day. But I want to know, I shared my bad habit. What bad habits do you have, Abhijit? Do you have any bad habits?
It is very close to you. If we do not work out, if we are not walking or doing physical exercise or even physical work, it goes all with all of us that we do not get a very good sleep. And right now, the kind of food we are eating and the kind of food we used to eat before, The
Right.
quality, consistently we are working on the quality and the carbohydrate and the protein and vitamins and everything. We have started using it more prescribed and more refined than before. So it is obviously going to add a lot of things into our system, which require workout. And if we do not do that, it is going to give a very sleepless night. Most of the time you feel that maybe your body is feeling like you can sleep, but your mind does not wish to sleep. So at some stage of time, I feel I can work out rigorously because I want to sleep, but I cannot make my mind work out at this stage of time. So that is one weakness I think most of people will have. Second thing, adding up to immunity, is at now after COVID-19 impact, one thing which is coming up very clear is immunity is everything. There is a certain level of immunity. People above that are not even if they get exposed to coronavirus, they are and the chances of them developing an antibody is very high. So in broad sense, we can say they would not die by this hit. So in coming up time, whichever things are going to hit our immunity, it might be a late sleeping habit, or it might be irregular sleep, it might be in non-vegetarian food, it might be what Nicholas said is a fried eating of what we have developed, or maybe we should sell our cars and we should buy cycles so that we at least pedal some kilometers in our life. But anything which is giving a certain level of immunity is very important to expose it, very important to be brought in daylight and brought into public domain, that this is the level of immunity that every human being should maintain. If it is not maintained, then there are n number of exposures which you are going to have. It might be tuberculosis, it might be bacteria, it might be obesity, it might be a virus. So how are we going to do that is something which I want you guys to discuss. And in coming days, I think this would be a constructive discussion if we will keep this. Home garden is also very important.
I agree. I think we need to do that, and maybe have a little competition of home gardening, right? And have some challenges, because I think people need to be challenged, and like Ankit and I are challenging each other a little bit every day about little things. But Mohammed, you've got something to share on this?
Yes, I'm going to share my experience actually. In 2016, I used to work 36 hours at a stretch without sleeping. But even that time, I was feeling very energetic because I was below 40 that time. So
there you go.
So I was enjoying. I was having my vision what to do and how to do, and I did that. Right now, Pharmarathon Universe is globally known, and I'm very much happy. That time, unknowingly, I checked my blood sugar, and that time my blood sugar was 411, and I was diabetic. I was diagnosed diabetic. So doctor advised me go and take rest in ICU only, not OPD. But I did one thing. I started taking 8 hours sleep first thing, and then I decided I should be self-disciplined. I decided what to eat, what not to eat. But sleeping
Amen.
made me a complete healthy person. I have no diabetes right now. I'm not a diabetic person. I am doing yoga regularly. I'm very energetic, optimist, and trying and extended my hands for noble cause. I have my national NGO. So I'm enjoying, I'm feeling energetic when I started working for the others.
Yeah.
So ultimately, we have to have our self-discipline. At least after 40, we have to have the discipline.
Oh, that's true.
It is very
Yeah.
mandatory.
Or it'll hit you right between the eyes.
After 40, after
Yeah.
50, and we tell you.
We have Professor Dan Brook has arrived.
Welcome, Dan.
Welcome, Dan. This is how we do welcome. This is the new
Namaste.
Namaste. Right. The new social norms in IBM TV and perhaps someday in the United States. So tell us a little bit about, introduce yourself, who you are, and what do you do?
Hi, I'm Dan Brook. I'm a sociologist by day, so to speak, obviously from home these days. And yeah, I was fascinated by your discussion so far, because I certainly agree with doing a lot of the things you mentioned, eating healthy, and the more we eat, a whole foods, plant-based diet, the better. The more we reduce saturated fats and cholesterol, the more we reduce salts and sugars, fried foods, that kind of stuff, the healthier we'll be. Getting exercise is imperative, and I have to balance my desire to do exercise and to feel good about it with my laziness, and so that's a constant struggle. But I did do some yoga this morning. I try to do that and take walks and that kind of stuff. I also agree that meditation is important, and social relationships have shown to be important. So keeping the mind and the body active, fueling it in the proper ways. And, one of the sort of beautiful paradoxes of life is that we find the more we can do things for others, the more we help others, the more we wind up helping ourselves. If you can make someone else happy, you're almost guaranteed to make yourself happy as well. We also see that as a sociologist, I look at the connections between the micro and the macro, and I see that the more that we can make ourselves healthy on the micro level, the things that we do to accomplish that makes our world healthier and more sustainable. And then the more we can do on that macro structural level to make our world healthier and happier, well, we're in the world. And so by definition, when we make the world healthier and happier, we're also making ourselves healthier and happier.
Now you're in San Jose, is that correct? That area?
Well, I teach in San Jose normally, but I actually live in San Francisco.
You live in San Francisco, really? Okay, so that's not really part of the world, right? That's San Francisco.
It's a wonderful part of the world. I'm so happy to be in this beautiful bubble.
Yeah, right, because it's just a different area. See, I'm actually in the rural South, and I was trying to explain to people how the rural South is a whole different world.
It really is.
And you'd have to be here to understand it. So Dr. Yu was hammering about healthy living, and here all they have is fast foods and fried foods. Fried Twinkies, fried shrimp, fried chicken, fried everything. And the problem that we have here, Dan, I don't know if you have it up your way, is we have a big obesity issue here, 40%. And if you live in San Francisco, I don't see the obesity.
It's much less in San Francisco. And we have a lot of more healthier food and healthier attitudes. Mm-hmm. But not only that, because that's what we do on the individual level to some extent, but what I was saying with the structural level is on the local level, San Francisco and other Bay Area counties were the first jurisdictions in America to lock down.
Yes.
And because we locked down sooner than other places, we're in a much better position. And so our coronavirus positive rate is relatively low. And I know it's, any death is too many, but for all of San Francisco, last I checked yesterday, I think we only have 20 deaths. So 20 too many, sure, but for a citywide, for a region, pretty impressive. And I think a lot of cities would be envious of that.
But your mayor took extreme measures from
it's quite amazing.
Like that mayor just boom, let's shelter in place. There was no excuse policies going on there that a lot of the country was putting down and said that it was too extreme. I don't think it was. I think the results speak for themselves. I really do.
And so we see that it's what we do on an individual level matters, but also what our leaders do matters. So our mayors, but also our neighboring mayors, our governors, and also what our federal leadership does and doesn't do. Right? We have a huge problem at the top level where a lot of intelligent people are effectively playing chess. And what we see is that Trump and Pence are playing Chinese checkers while Trump is losing his marbles. This is not effective leadership, and people are dying because of it.
Thank you. Bravo.
We have some issues here, because aren't they trying to balance the amount of deaths versus the economy? Because the thing is, the economy's sliding while people are sitting around doing anything. So when is we're going to get people back to work? And what do you think about the protests that are going on in all the state capitals? People are showing up without masks and protesting. What's your thoughts on that, Professor Brook?
Well, there's two issues there. So with the protests, some of it may be organic and real, but like how the Tea Party started, a lot of it is astroturf. It's being partly organized by right-wing groups associated with Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos and possibly other billionaires. And what I see at these protests is, these talking points about freedom, and we should be able to do whatever we want in the land of the free, while some of them are carrying Nazi flags. No, thank you. I am, adamantly anti-fascist, and I am a big proponent of public health. When we talk about balancing health and the economy, there's some valid points in there, but again, those valid points are not coming from the White House, who are looking to, mostly as they have been for the last 3 years, to enrich themselves and their friends in a form of crony capitalism and kleptocracy, where they're effectively stealing from the country and whomever else they can steal from to enrich themselves, regardless really of ideology, regardless of sustainability, and regardless of public health.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you see this happening, though? Because this is my thoughts, is that after we go through next year, when the vaccine comes out, are we going to see a regression back to the norm in terms of more pollution? In other words, still unhealthy eating. We got the vaccine, now everything's good, and we just regress right back to where we were before. In other words, we learned nothing. What are your thoughts on that?
I think largely that will be the case, unfortunately, unless enough of us push them to do otherwise. As we see with climate change or the coronavirus, we are not changing the underlying issues, the fundamental problems that led to these disastrous phenomena. And so they are going to continue. And so as we see mounting climate change tragedies, we're not changing the things that are causing and contributing to climate change. As we see mounting deaths from COVID-19, we're not changing the conditions that lead to these viruses and the zoonotic transmission from animals, domestic and wild, to humans. And so, unfortunately, we're going to go back to what former California Governor Jerry Brown called the new abnormal. We're not going to go back to the normal, and it's not a new normal; it's a new abnormal. Mm-hmm. We can make the changes. It just doesn't look like we're on the path to do that right now.
Yeah. Now, Professor, when you were in high school, did you take the health and nutrition class that was offered in high school?
I don't recall that.
Well, why didn't you take it? It's important, right?
Oh, you know what? I was a different person in high school. So either it wasn't offered to me, or I cut class, or I was fooling around, or who knows what.
Right.
I
didn't get more serious until college.
Of who is going to give best nutrition class after COVID impact is going to come up as a new debate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think they offer health and nutrition in high school. I believe that's not an offered course. I'd have to go check, but
well, it's not offered in most places. You think doctors should be educated in this, and in their years of medical school, the typical doctor doesn't even get one class on it; gets one class section on nutrition in medical school.
Right.
So they're really unprepared to then impart nutritional advice to their patients. But we know the basics. We've been hearing for a long time that eating more vegetables is good and healthy. Eating less meat or eliminating it completely is healthy. Organic foods are healthy, right? Drinking more water and less soda and milk is the way to go. We know these things. It's not very controversial. It's not complicated.
Well, we think we know. We found out just the other day that 12 million students have no access to the internet in the United States. I mean, and I fell out of my chair. I was going, wait, the internet, this is the source of all good information and bad information. But that's the educational tool. It's the biggest tool out there.
Well, I know that well because I teach at a public university. It's a working class, multicultural university. And so not only do some of my students not necessarily have access to the internet, over time, some of them haven't had access to housing and have been homeless.
Wait, are you beaming in from India or where are you beaming in from this homeless stuff?
I'm beaming in from the third world country of America, where 3/4 of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck.
The Indian people don't know anything about this, so don't say anything. We got to stop this right here at the border, right? So tell the people in India, what's the story here about homelessness?
Sure. At my school, many students, and even I know one faculty member at my school has experienced homelessness, meaning living on people's couches, living in garages, living in their cars, sometimes living down by the creek.
Time out. I got a problem with this issue. And the reason is right now we are not utilizing our hotels and motels at all. And there is absolutely no reason for somebody, especially because they've lost their income, to go homeless and live on the street.
Wait, didn't you see the CARES Act has this big thing on homelessness and they're going to support the homeless people? Didn't you see that?
So I got a question.
You missed that one, didn't you? The reason you missed that $2.3 trillion budget and having anything to do with homeless, because there wasn't anything in there. Do you know why there wasn't anything in there? How many homeless people contribute to senators and congressmen? No, because they don't. And so the thing is,
got more money than any other gig people, because Uber contacted the president and said, we need to get a stimulus. So Uber got more money for them probably than Lyft did. Somebody wrote something very profound is that we're not on the same boat. We're in the same ocean, but we're not on the same boat. Right.
It's good for the 1%.
But I got a question, Dan. We're talking about, California did really well. You've got somewhat control of this, we believe right now. There's going to have to be some policies and procedures and reentry, as I call it, the reentry into whatever normal life that we're going to have. I don't think it's going to be the normal we knew. We're not going to have a pill to fix all of our problems. It's going to be years before we have a vaccine. But I've got to ask one stupid question.
I'll ask another right after she's done.
Right. Politically, I mean, you guys seem to have the resources, and maybe because it didn't get epidemically out of control. But do you have issues between your governor and Trump? Like, do they fight like the poor New York governor? The New York governor goes, we still need a lifesaver. Send us a lifesaver. And all he gets is, I've given you everything. What do you want? Flowers? So is there that kind of relationship with, because your governor is a Democrat? I mean, is there a war?
Well, California in some ways has been the heart of the resistance against Trump. But since this COVID crisis, Governor Newsom has been, I think, very savvy, and he has emphasized cooperation with the federal government, not competition. And it's not because he or us aren't anti-Trump anymore. It's because Trump is such a malignant narcissist that potentially insulting or offending him now risks material aid during a pandemic, which can lead to more death. And so
a violation of law of some kind, right? You shouldn't have to negotiate your way to resources in a pandemic situation. I keep hearing the word negotiate. We're negotiating. I was like, what are we negotiating?
Well, because Trump cares about Trump, he doesn't care about life and health, and so you have to do those types of things. Everything is a business to him, where his family can make money off of it in some way, or his friends.
Like hydroxychloroquine. Giuliani got did anyone bring up in California the fact that Giuliani got appointed as science advisor?
I hadn't heard that.
I mean, you don't know anything about science.
Yeah, Abhijit.
Dan, I have a question. I am not very updated with politics of United States, but a very basic question which is coming up from all part of the world is how we are going to choose our leaders now. And since you are coming from that domain of expertise of social science, then you can be able to give a good answer that if we go much liberal in a direction, or if we go much left into a direction, or the shift which you see is more authoritarian and more towards the right, what kind of governance would be required? So before you can start you giving your answer, why I'm asking this is the coming time which we are going to face after this impact is going to be critically very difficult for people, citizen also. And at this stage of time when our employment rate is going to get down, and our recession and inflation is going to get high, economy is going to collapse, even if not completely, then partially. In that stage of time, lots of people and lots of grievances inside people is going to come up towards the government. And government would also, suffering from limited resource, would not be able to help them. But still, they will have to control them, not to fight with each other, not to get into a war kind of situation or into a civil war kind of situation. In that stage of time, a very liberal government, I don't see it will be able to take care. A leftist government would also be a very difficult, because in that it would be very difficult to control people. To the right side, if there is a wrong government elected, then it again. So what kind of government you think is going to be suitable for coming future?
Good question. Oh my God.
Great.
Wow.
Well, when I look at the world, I see that right-wing governments tend to inflame racism, sexism, and homophobia. They tend to be ideologically driven towards big business and authoritarian control. When I look at leftist governments in democratic societies, I see leaders who are more likely to listen to scientists, more likely to respect people's differences and bring them together in what we call unity within diversity. I see people looking out for public health, and whereas right-wing governments are more likely to support corporations and capitalism, left-wing governments are more likely to say, what do we do to take care of people regardless of those particular ideologies? And so we could have bailouts for corporations, or we could have, and that we hope will trickle down, or we can have bailouts for human beings with the knowledge that it's going to bubble up. And bubble up economics is several hundred times more influential in terms of an economic multiplier effect than trickle down ever is. Mm-hmm. When I look at the stimulus package in the United States, I see a certain amount of money, a one-time amount, going to the people, going to the pawns. I see small business loans going to the knights and the bishops. Mm-hmm. I see the rooks trying to say, hey, we're basically like knights and bishops, so let's get ours too. And I see the big money going to the kings and queens, the ones who are sitting at the table in the White House as well, making these decisions. And the kings and queens are getting this, huge amounts of loans and grants that loans will turn into the grants, they say. And they're getting these multi-billion-dollar contracts. And it's just astounding to me. But another way to do it would be not these one-time payments, to American citizens or anyone else in whatever other country can afford it, but giving a regular amount like we see in certain countries, Canada, Norway, where we can pay people 80 or 90% of their salary. We care more about actual people rather than abstract corporations. We care more about life and health than just adherence to an ideology. So that's where I come from.
No, that's really good. But can I ask you a question? And I call it righteous. You know, you got your leftists and your righteous. Everybody goes leftists and right. It is, to me, they're the righteous and the leftists. But I agree with your definition, and I thank you for, wow, that was impactful. I wish Sasha were here because he always calls an ace an ace. An ace of spade of ace of spade. But
I have one more question, Kimberly, if you allow, I can ask.
Okay, no, go ahead.
I have one more question. Is science has entered into our life, and whatever in social time which we do, be it food habit or lifestyle or crime or law, science has a very deep intervention right now. In coming time, science is going to take over much more. And in that stage of time, since when scientists, they come to the leadership and they warn about something, like some sort of global warming is going to come up, you need to reduce your carbon footprint or something like that. At the same stage of time, there is a group of scientists who say, don't worry, boss, there is nothing going to happen. You can continue spending what you were spending before. Nobody is going to die. So in these type of time, is it possibility to see an honest or transparent leadership where scientific power and the scientific transparency is going to tell people that leadership, what decision they have taken is right or wrong, whether we have chosen a right government and they are with both, because I think science groups are in the both side. Someone will say go with it, someone will say don't go with it.
You know, I'm thinking again of the analogy to climate change, where there are individual scientists who deny the reality of climate change, but every scientific organization in the world, as well as every university in the world, as well as I think every major corporation in the world recognizes the scientific reality of climate change, that it's real, it's serious, it's worsening, and it's anthropogenic. And what we see is that the same people, basically, the same groups who deny the reality of climate change are some of the same people who are denying the reality of epidemiology and germ theory and what's going on with viruses. And so I'm sure there's some individual disagreement. And in the specifics, of course, there is and should be disagreements about what's going on, about the level of spread, about how long it can last, how dangerous it is. But I don't think there is any serious scientist, or if there is, no serious scientific organization anywhere in the world that's denying the reality and the dangers that exist. But it's our level, and partly this comes from a history of right-wing science denialism, and you have corporations funding right-wing so-called think tanks to sow confusion about this kind of stuff around the world. Because if we have to take climate change seriously in the same way that we see how at least some places are taking the coronavirus seriously, it means you have to recognize the imperative of big government. You have to recognize the imperative of coming together. You have to recognize the imperative that inequality in a society isn't just bad for the so-called losers in that bargain. It turns out to be bad for all of us. We're only as strong as our weakest link. And so when we have inequality based on race or sex or class or religion or country or region of a country or region of a city, that's potentially disastrous for all of us. It's obviously worse for the victims, but it's bad for all of us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you, Professor Brooks.
So Ankit has a question. He's been having bandwidth problems, but he would like to know for Nick and Dan, what is the value of the $100 bill post-COVID and in comparison to pre-COVID?
Who we asked? I'm sorry.
Both Dan and Nick. I'll go ahead and give it to both of y'all, but you know what, Dan, you can start, and then we'll leave it to Nick.
Yeah. What's the value of the $100 bill after coronavirus?
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say about that, but if I want to go sideways on this, I think we should be, and I think India has done the equivalent. I think we should eliminate our high currency. I know this is not exactly what you were asking, but I think we should be eliminating our high value currency notes, because 99% of the people don't use $100 bills at least 99% of the time. Same with $50 bills. So what that means is wealthy people are using high value currency, and mafias and drug cartels and human smugglers are using this. So it wouldn't eliminate those crimes, but guess what? It would make it more difficult for them to do that. So instead of one suitcase or duffel bag of cash, if we reduced got rid of $100 bills and made it only 20s, they would have to carry 5 duffel bags for every one. Whereas for the typical person in America, let alone the typical person in the world, there would be absolutely no difference whatsoever.
You just carry this, right?
Yeah. Well, Professor Brooks,
Bitcoin is the dark circle.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Nick.
What is wrong with converting a hotel chain into homeless shelters? What's wrong with that?
I'm just asking.
I'm asking Professor Brooks.
I think it's a good thing to do in the short term, but I'd rather see structural solutions. So instead of saying, hey, no one's going to hotels anyway, and we have homeless, let's house them in there. Great Band-Aid approach. And Band-Aids are important sometimes. What we really need to do is build millions and millions of units of affordable housing. And if we were to do that, we would generate millions of jobs. Think about all the materials we would demand and how that would help businesses instead of just giving them aid. We would need to get supplies of wood and steel, aluminum, glass, tile. We would need nails and hammers, right? On and on with that kind of stuff. People to build it. People would learn skills, or construction workers would have a full employment act. And if we built all this housing so that creates a lot of jobs, creates a lot of demand on businesses, it would juice the economy. Then we could house the homeless in those units of housing. And by adding so much housing stock, by increasing the supply, the quantity of housing, we would probably bring down some of the rents and real estate values, making it more affordable for the middle class at the same time. This would be a win-win-win situation all around.
That's and while they're in the hotels, there's nothing saying that we cannot provide education programs for them. A lot of the hotels have, the big conference rooms, and we can provide resources for them to look for jobs, train for jobs.
And all we have to do is
just here's a roof over your head, but educate as well. Right?
Well, we just need a small change in the Constitution. You'll be entitled to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and a home. All you have to do is add that one.
I'm going to read something to you that I read to everyone when you weren't on the other day. It's my little Constitution book, right? But John Marshall said something after they wrote the Constitution, and I love what he stated. It is a Constitution intended to endure for ages to come, and consequently to be adapted to the various crises of human affairs. Okay, so we need to learn how to adapt. As good as it was potentially written to last for ages and generations, as much as it was meant to be as in benefit for every human, there are times I don't think it is, or people really read it. But and another one had mentioned too, and I'd have to go digging around, but also that we just need to be open-minded enough to make the change.
Well, the Constitution says, right, and you see it first in the preamble, it says promote the general welfare.
There we go.
So we actually don't need to amend the Constitution or even have good, quote unquote, good hearts or anything like that. Promoting the general welfare obviously means providing at least the basic necessities, and at a minimum, housing for people, at a minimum, food for people, and I believe also healthcare and education as well.
Well, housing is fundamental and should be for everybody, because having the supply-demand mismatch, not having housing, is just really bad for the economy. It's really bad for everybody. And here's the real problem. A lot of people that are homeless suffer from mental illness. Homeless people and mental ill people do not have a lot of political clout and do not have good spokespeople. And so what happens is you end up with this big drought. And as you saw from the stimulus package, there wasn't anything in there for them. And you're right, it's still heavily weighted toward the large companies. However, remember this bill, the $700 billion bailout? What they did, it was even worse. It was more skewed to AIG and the large banks and financial institutions. What happened for the regular person, they got a small rollback on their Social Security payroll taxes from 15.3 to 12.4%. That was it. So what happens is that this was the first bill I saw that they actually made a significant bottom-up movement. I've never seen anything like it. Everything else that comes out of that other Washington, it's top-down, trickle-down, and it's horrible. It would never work. My clients are mainly corporate clients, and if you gave them money and said distribute to employees, but you have the choice to keep it yourself, the business owner is going to keep it. It's ridiculous for anybody to assume any other way. And it was and from what I understand, that theory was developed from a California governor who was listening to some dude in Tennessee who had a PhD.
John Chambers was a rare person.
It's a bad idea. It's a discredited theory. And when I asked that dude from Tennessee, notice I don't mention names, to come on our TV show, you know, the first thing he did, he said, "Pay me." And I said, "No." And then I said, "Go take a hike, you know, buddy." But he still believes.
Happy to be here for free.
Right. I said, look, dude.
Well advised that you're talking about. Some of these things are.
I'm not going to mention his name because that would be politically incorrect. Yeah, but it's not deserving.
Senator Lou on, and I think everybody agrees that we need to be doing something. I look back at when people became homeless during hurricanes, right, and at the massive amount during Hurricane Katrina. You know, and what did they do then? And, you know, I even said, you know, to make a quick resolution, because there were so many, you know, why don't we manufacture homes real quick, put them out to the desert and let them build a community of which they can start becoming self-sustained, and then let them come back into an environment as they rebuild Katrina. But they didn't want to do that either. One of the things that they do is say nobody paid taxes this year. That's a quick, immediate.
But frankly, that benefits a lot of the wealthy people. I hate to say that, but the thing is, the eliminating homeless. Look, we're going to eliminate the coronavirus before we will eliminate homelessness in the United States. It's a very, very sad thing. Very sad commentary on this country, because we can eliminate homelessness like that. Okay, where the coronavirus is actually a tougher bird. But that's not what's going to happen. Watch.
Well, I think
eliminate coronavirus, but homelessness will be here 5 years from now.
It's all about priorities, and it's what we
emphasize. Exactly. And so the thing is, my priority, unfortunately, Kim, it's past the hour. So
yes, it is. Dan,
so,
Dr. Dan.
Well, thank Dr.
Dan, Dr. Brooks.
Dr. Brooks, thank you for coming.
And
hopefully we'll be able to see you again. Hopefully we'll see you again on IBM TV.
Join us on our economics committee. And
our economics, right. Thank you very much.
And
nice being with you. Take care.
I'm going to have to sign us off today.
Because our New Delhi guy's having internet difficulties.
Oh, wait, I've got to do our so we have an ambassador for
you want to be ambassador. Okay.
So here
you know how to do it, right? You know how to direct this.
So we have an ambassador for
coronavirus से कैसे बचेंगे? Okay. हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
There you go.
So cute. Love it. Love it.
Amishi. I don't know why I get all of these phone calls right at this hour, but everyone, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Dan. We had a wonderful talk on the economics of the COVID-19, and we will see you tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Thanks again.